Hello, everyone. Thempyrean here. Hope you're all having a nice evening. I'm here. I'm here. It's been a rough day. A lot of driving, about 6 hours of driving, and then visiting with relatives. Ugh, gross. Uh, it's been rough. I was considering canceling, but I really, really want to play the game we're playing tonight, which is, of course, Stories from Seoul, the Gundog. You notice how Gundog kind of sounds like Gundam? You ever think about that? Probably not, because you probably just heard about this game today. But I've been looking forward to it for a while now. I think I first saw it like several months ago. It was a while ago. Makes you think of Ghost Dog. Dude, that movie. I have not thought about that movie in forever, dude. That's all I really had to say about it, though. I don't really have many thoughts about Ghost Dog. It just is a movie that exists to me. Oh, I'm glad you got antibiotics for that. Ghost Dog Way of the Samurai. Yeah. I'm the Ghost Dog. I'm currently going insane listening to the intro music of the video game, the main menu music. It's a loop. So the game we're playing today, it's got a PC-98 like theme to it, or something of that era, because it also has like a Game Boy aesthetic you can choose instead. And I've been like really obsessed with PC-98 for the past little bit. Hi, Lily. I just fucking love PC-98 art. But also this music loop is making me go insane. I'm going to switch over to the game scene, and you can hear what I'm talking about. You hear it now? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I've been listening to this for like 20 minutes. And there's a little skip right there. Did you hear that? Where it loops again? There's a tiny little skip there where they kind of fucked up the sync a little bit. Because I've been listening to it for like 20 minutes. I hear it every time now. You hear it once, and then you can never unhear it. Not being a hater here, I've just been listening to it for 20 minutes. I was supposed to have hit the start button by now. But because of the nature of streaming... This is why games should have the option to turn the music off when you're not looking at the game. The games that have that, I fucking love you. I love you. Oh, there's a skip again. I don't know, it's kind of a weird spot for it to be at, but it is what it is. Alright, let's play this game so I can stop listening to this. September 21st, Planetary Calendar 209. Following a raft of oppressive policies and crackdowns from the Earth-based government of the Solar Federation, the joint forces of the Martian territories and the Javian Unified Colony Fleet rebelled. This conflict came to be known as the Solar War. So this game is, I think, a visual novel. It's also like a little bit of point and click. There's a few things going on here, very PC-98 inspired. And there's going to be a lot of reading, so just so you're aware. The war carried on for 3 years, and is very Gundam Gynax inspired, especially in the art. But eventually the combined forces of the Martian territories and Jovian Unified Colony Fleet managed to push the Federation military all the way back to planet Earth. In the final days of the conflict, a pitched battle was fought in lunar orbit that would decide the war's victor. Lunar orbit. Aboard the Jovian carrier JFS Kalik. Kalik. Here's our UI for the game. You reflexively tighten your grip on your armored frame's twin flight sticks as another wave of vibrations reverberate through the cockpit. The creak of your new flight suit and your quickening breath are the only sounds that you hear above the gentle hum of the frame's subsystems. As you squeeze the controls tighter, their plastic casings creak under the pressure. You try and stay calm, knowing that these gentle vibrations are remnants of huge shock waves that are buffering the Kalik, the carrier that you're stationed on. Oh, buffeting, not buffering. Each one is a near miss as an explosion tears through the space around the ship. You try to push the thought from your mind and focus on controlling your breathing, but you've already realized that their frequency means the Kalik must be approaching the front line. Your squadron will be launching soon, and you'll be engaging in your first real sortie. Your first real flight, in fact. You feel your throat tighten. Simulations are as good as the real thing. That's what your trainer told all of you. But you know the pilots are supposed to have hundreds of hours of live flights and training exercises in real armored frames before they're allowed anywhere near the front lines. Of course, that didn't happen. Command had told you that the modern simulators meant cadets could graduate without the need for these exercises. You'd overheard the rumors, though. The Jovian colony fleet had lost a lot of pilots, and still wanting to keep pace with the Martian advance against Earth, had resorted to fielding anyone who could fight. Your whole squadron is just like you, freshly conscripted from Europa colony. You'd undergone basic training there, but almost all your flight training had taken place on the cruiser's journey from Jovian space. You wonder how the others are feeling right now. Whether... Maintenance crew. Kalik 5, this is flight deck. We're preparing your squad for takeoff. Running last-minute diagnostics on your frame. Activating all systems. Is it going to be a massacre? Yeah! Now. Alright, looks all good to go. We're running a few more checks and we'll have you spaceborne in a few minutes. You ready to show those Terrans who's boss? Sound only. Listen to this music. ... Your mind races as you try to think of a response that will convince not just the engineer, but yourself too that everything is going to be alright. Instead, your mouth dries up, and your heart feels like it's about to burst from your chest. It is really nice. This is a really nice track here. The flight sticks creak more loudly as you squeeze them tighter, as if any moment now you may snap them in half. Hey, pilot, everything okay in there? Comms green? After taking a few deep breaths, it eventually feels like you have a modicum of control again. You release your grip on the flight sticks and lean back into your chair. This is Kalik 5, comms green, just a bit. Well there, Kalik 5, nothing wrong with feeling the jitters. Tell you what, what's your name, pilot? Well, you know what it is. Okay, Ian, what's your surname? Surname? Sure. And your pronouns! Woke! It's got fucking pronouns! Hell yeah! Le wokisme. I figured it was, yeah. What else was I supposed to... I could put the fake last name my VTuber has. Okay, Ensign of the Empire. First up, take a few deep breaths for me. In and out, nice and slow. You got that? You draw in one long measured breath and hold it, then release it. Following the engineer's instructions, you repeat this a few more times. I just didn't expect to have a surname at all. After a while, you begin to feel your pulse slow and some of the tension in your body slip away. You still feel on edge, but feel slightly more in control. Alright, there we go. Now listen up, Ensign. You ain't got a thing to worry about out there. Way I've heard it is all the Terrans' best pilots were taken care of between here and Mars. Back in the day, we didn't have pronouns. Most military outfits don't use surnames. Most military outfits don't use they-them pronouns. So, heck, Martians are the ones we've been leading the charge today, so they're likely the ones taking all the flack. Propaganda machines selling this as our decisive strike against Earth's last line of defense. But between you and me, it ain't nothing more than a mopping up situation. Buddy of mine in operation said as much in the canteen last night. Besides, you hear a dull ring over the comms and sit bolt upright in your seat, slouching back and exhaling as you realize it's nothing more than the engineer striking the cockpit armor on your frame. This beauty here is a work of art. Terran Frames ain't got nothing on her. She's all tuned up and ready to go. Probably spent more time with this one than I have with my own kid. Ha! So don't you worry. Remember what they taught you in training, and leave the rest up to her. You'll come out of this just fine. Despite your startled reaction a moment ago, the engineer's confidence is infectious, and it's starting to rub off on you. Is it? I don't think it is. You adjust your position in your seat, so you're sat straight up, and the soft hum of the frame system now seems more comforting than ominous. Just a mopping up operation, you think? Martians have done all the work, so we're sitting pretty here in our top-of-the-line frames. Yeah. Nothing to worry about. Well, just meant you're already inside her? I'm inside the machine. So, Ensign the Empire, how you feeling about things now? You almost managed to reply with something preppy and upbeat, but at the last moment, the words catch in your throat. If this were a simple mopping up operation, why was it happening in lunar orbit and not nearer to Earth? Why were those explosions so close to the Calic? These questions churn in your head as you grip the flight sticks again. Hey, Ensign, you still in there? Comms still green? I said, how you feeling? Oh, sorry, comms are green. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Ready to kick ass and everything. You lie. That's the spirit, kid. Just you remember what I told you. Look after that frame and she'll look after you. Ain't no thing. Left alone with your thoughts, you tune back into the gentle hum of the frame. You watch the seconds tick away in the cockpit whilst you wait for the order to launch. Gripper stick nice and firm. Come on. The wait seems to drag on and on. You carry out the last few minute flight checks, but as you already completed them when you boarded, nothing has changed. Oh my god! A guy! A person! Alright, pilots, listen up. This is Calic 1. We've been cleared for launch, so we're ready for immediate action. All frames will be taking off in designation order. Attack formation. Sound off. Calic 2 ready. This is Calic 3 ready. Calic 4 here, ready for takeoff. Calic 5, confirm your status. Oh yeah, Calic 5, standing by. Keep it together, Calic 5. Calic 6? Calic 6 ready. Alright, Calic Squadron, move out. Calic 1 launching, Calic 2 launching, Calic 3 launching, Calic 4 moving out. There they are. They look kind of derpy. Oh, explosions. The roll call of your squadron as they depart from the ship and accelerate rapidly towards the combat zone, so it's almost like a countdown to you. Once Calic 4 has declared the launch, you know your time has come. You disengage the restraints and you prepare yourself. Calic 5, launching. You shout as you slam the flight stick forward for maximum thrust. Calic 5, abort launch, cut thrusters. Calic 5, abort launch, cut thrusters. The engineer's instructions barely register in the confusion as you're jerked around the cockpit, your helmet slamming on the control panel as a brief moment of thrust throws you back in your seat before you whip forward again. Warnings flash all over your monitors and sirens as alerts sound from all over the cockpit. Calic 5, abort launch and cut thrusters. It takes a few seconds for you to comprehend the engineer, but once you do, you quickly pull the flight sticks back to your neutral position. The roar of your frame's engines die as your cockpit regains its previous stillness. You wince as the metallic taste of blood fills your mouth. Ooh, yummy. Alright, Calic 5, hang tight for a moment. Your frame's restraints didn't accept the disengage command, so you're still attached to the Calic. We're going to need to run a diagnostic. Shouldn't take too long. You slump in the cockpit's chair and exhale deeply, your heart still pounding a million beats per minute, and your lips stinging. You continue to slow your breath as you listen to the still open communications channel from the maintenance crew as they work to get your frame released. Hey, yeah, looks like the restraints disengage command didn't register. Yeah, Unit 5. Alright, yeah. Get Unit 6 out, no sense waiting for this one. Okay, start the diagnostic and reboot if necessary. Calic 6, launching. Nope, there it goes. Whoa, it looks much better from that angle. Well, there you go. What do you mean hardware fault? We've checked this 10 times since Mars at least. Who was assigned Unit 5? Oh, Fine, right. Shut down systems and run the diagnostics again. I want this frame out there in the next 5 minutes. Calic 5, we're going to shut down your frame systems for a moment so you can run diagnostics. Stay ready though, we'll have you launching soon. Calic 5, understood. Ready and waiting. Oh, thank God, we don't have to do any fighting. As your cockpit fades to darkness, again you release the flight sticks and suddenly realize just how long you've been clenching your fists around them. You flex your fingers and roll your shoulders, exhaling again as you begin to hear the muffled sounds of the engineers working on your frame's restraints. Oh, and you get to see the diagnostics thing happening as you wait. Staring at the dead monitor, you slowly begin to smile. This is what you wanted, wasn't it? You'd spent so long worrying about this mission that you'd thrown up twice in the past 24 hours, and now it looks like all that was for nothing. Yeah, especially after being jerked around like that. That's crazy. You got what you wanted, and you were safe. As safe as you can be, strapped to the outside of a military carrier in an active armored frame anyway. Your smile widens inadvertently at that thought. Getting shot down in an inactive frame still in its restraints, you become a cautionary tale for engineers and pilots throughout the entire Jovian colony fleet. Your mind turns quickly to the rest of your squadron. When they return, you'd be the laughingstock of the entire Calic. The pilot who spent the entire first mission stuck in a dark cockpit. You dodged a bullet, but you never... This is Calic 6! They've cut off the flight path. There's more. There's a whole squadron of carriers coming in from the E field. Calic 1, they're going to cut you off from the fleet. Calic 6 signals disappearing as you sit bolt upright as you begin pressing buttons, trying to activate your cockpit's main monitor so you can see what's going on. However, the frame system's shut down remotely by the maintenance crew. You can do nothing but sit in the darkness, stillness, and listen to events unfold. Ooh, the sound. Calic 6, respond. Calic 6, what's going on? How many carriers are coming from the E field? Ma'am, Calic 6 signal's been lost. It's not responding. Ma'am, he's... Hold it together, Calic 4. All units, form up. Defensive maneuver formation on me. I said all units, Calic 2. Don't break formation. Oh, this music kicks. Yeah, this is good. Ma'am, they're firing on us. There's so many of them. Oh God, ma'am, help. In an instant, your communication channel is flooded with cries of terror and panic. You hear your squad mates, your fellow pilots' exclamations of fear as this unexpected enemy force bears down upon them. Screams and yelps, wails and howls fill your head as you sit powerless in the darkened confines of your cockpit. A whole field of E? Let me slurp it up. Hey, who's out there? Engineering, hey, get me ready, I could help. Get me ready to launch, engineering. They're getting killed out there, I need to go now. You shout demands to get your frame ready for launch over the channel, but are met with no response. In the dark of the cockpit, with your controls unresponsive, you can't be sure whether the channel is closed or if no one's listening, with all attention turned to receiving the battle-damaged units from your squad. Oh, that's awful, dude. Listen to me. Anyone, get me out of there. Or get me out there. You desperately begin attempting to manual override your systems, but find that nothing responds to you. The only spark of life you can glean from your frame is a small diagnostic progress bar. That's crazy, dude. Oh, this is so good. You need to be out of there. I need to be out there. Anyone, hey. In one last desperate attempt, you begin hammering on your cockpit walls, hoping to get the attention of the engineers you could hear outside earlier. The entire time, the chaos of the combat out in space is narrated to you in broken fragments of radio chatter. There's 3, 4, on me. I've lost my shield. I can't shake them. They're everywhere. That guy's dead. The line of retreat's totally cut off. We can't get back to the ship. Man, what do we do? What do we do? Stop panicking and form up. 3 and 4 on me. We're gonna punch a hole through their formation and... Ma'am, come in. Ma'am? Oh no. Oh God, oh. One by one, your squad signals disappear and the cacophony of panic disappears, replaced by the gentle hiss of static. You stop hammering on the side of your cockpit as the last voice is cut off. You're drenched in a cold sweat now, and your empty stomach feels like a rock has sunk into the bottom of it. You lean back and stare blankly ahead. This is Calic 5. You just went inside the tunnel. True! Ready for takeoff. It's just a big space tunnel, and they have bad reception there. September 21st, Planetary Calendar 209. Despite last-minute reinforcements for the Solar Federation from their headquarters on Earth, the battle above Lunar is a victory for the joint Martian and Jovian forces. This will be the final battle of the Solar War. Good mop-up operation, yeah. Having lost their last stronghold on Lunar, the Solar Federation would agree to a ceasefire and sign an armistice to end hostilities. An uneasy peace fills the solar system. With the conflict between the Solar Federation and the Martian-Jovian alliance concluded, the Calic and her crew soon returned to Europa colony near Jupiter. April 19th, Planetary Calendar 214. The reduced needs for pilots away from the delicate space between Earth and Mars saw Ensign Empire reassigned to security detail aboard various Jovian ships. They are eventually promoted to lieutenant. 5 years later, 2014, or 214, not 2014. 4 years have passed since the battle above Lunar. The Jovian colony fleet, fearing fresh aggression from Earth, has increased patrols near its colonies after picking up unusual sights coming from further out in the solar system. It must be earlier in the year, so it's not a full 4 years yet, or full 5 years yet, I mean. The patrol ship JFS Gundog is dispatched. Gundog! I got my Gundogs on me! Is dispatched to support the JFS O'Brien is investigation of these signals. Jovian space. Aboard the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. I'm going to say it like that every time. Gundog! What the Gundog doing? As the rumble of the Gundog's engines roar to life reverberates around the ship, you clench your fist. Oh man, I'm always clenching my fist, dude. It's been 4 years, and to this day, the sensation of tremors, whether they're ship engines, docking clamps, or weapon drills, still ties your stomach in knots. A bad trait for a ship's security officer. You shake your head and exhale slowly, taking a moment before you're stowing the last of your possessions and pushing the drawer closed. You feel the click as it locks into place, and the exterior plastic panel sits completely flush with its surroundings. Stepping back, you look around the room. You take another deep breath and hold it for a moment. Although this is far from your first posting as a security officer, you always felt the same sense of trepidation, if not anxiety. As similar as all the ships were, they all come with their own unique crews and personalities, and with those came unique problems. Breathing out, you take a look around the room, taking stock of your surroundings. Yes! Point and click mechanics! Select the look button to examine surroundings by selecting items of interest. Select again when you're done! Ace Attorney, let's go! This terminal lets me access the ship's computer. It's got a clock, a word processor, and even a calendar. Ooh, what a nice computer! I can also access records and my orders from here, but for anything else, I need to access the core, which is limited to those in operations or command. Space Attorney, yes! A standard cruise bunk. Once you slept in one, you slept in them all. Although, this is one of the nicer ones I've been assigned to. So you haven't then, huh? Thank you for fitting that. That's a great comment. Amazing first time chat. Just a peak first time chat. Space Attorney. I love that. The wall panel can be removed by jimmying it with a thin object, and a crew member often stash contraband there. Looks like this one's not been touched though. Huh. Interesting. It's just a normal storage unit. I travel light, so mine only has clothes in it. This was the one Oh, this lets me control the room's lighting from the bed. I keep my books here too. I'm currently reading the Tales of the Cosmic Champion series. Anything else? Doesn't look like it. It's just a door. Standard door with an electronic lock and magnetic bolting system. Only way in or out unless you plan on getting creative with maintenance tunnels. What if I do? Select the Use button to interact with your surroundings by selecting specific objects to use them. Select the button again when you're done. The light switch for the rest of the room is here. Should I use it? Yeah. Why not? I've only just boarded. It's still the middle of the day based on Jovian Standard Time. There's nothing in here right now that I need. Just my uniforms and toiletries. Computer. Oh, it looks like I've been instructed to report to the bridge to meet the captain. I haven't met anyone yet since my transport to the spaceport ran late, and I just made it on board before launch. Select the move button to move to a different location. Okay. But what if I need to use the door? Move to crew quarters, corridor 1. Okay, so you can do that, but you can also use the move button to just like select the place you want to go to. Okay. You step out into an empty corridor and the door to your quarters gently hisses shut behind you. Its keypad gives a short series of beeps and you hear the lock engage. The dull thrum of the ship's systems is barely audible, but otherwise you're stood in total silence. The air is cooler outside your quarters and the corridor has a sterile lack of aroma. This has been the same on every ship you've been stationed on. At this point, it doesn't surprise you. Okay, so this is a Swift-class patrol vessel, which means if I leave this quarters block, I'll be in the foreside in the thoroughfare. If I go right towards the aft, I'll arrive at the central hub and I can head to the bridge. You leave the crew block, but I guess I could have looked around a bit more, behind you and find yourself in a much larger corridor that stretches off to your left with multiple smaller corridors leading from it. To your right, the corridor leads to a large plaza-like space. A very faint breeze comes from your left, ruffles your hair, and chills you slightly to hear the sounds of human activity. From the right, you can hear the hum of the ship's engines more clearly now, as well as the occasional low, quiet whirring sound. Looks like I was right. This portion of the thoroughfare will let me access both sets of crew quarters, the mess hall, the hangar, and the central hub. From there, I can access the rest of the ship areas. I should hurry up and meet the captain before I look around anywhere else. But what if? Ship's hangar. Since one security detail, the only time she was sitting there is when I'm carrying out my daily checks. On a larger ship, you'd see people coming and going constantly, so hear how quiet this one is. Mess hall. I don't imagine a ship this size has a cook or even a kitchen, so it's probably just a vend mate unit. Are there people in this game? Oh, yeah. I want to go back here real quick. I mean, look at these. There's people right there. Haru Rumney. Doesn't sound familiar. Hansen Cruis. A Welsh person? Dalton Grain. That was the one I met before. Dylan D. is going to say I'll run them to another ship. Yeah, Haru. Haru is like a pretty gender-neutral name in Japan, from what I understand. So it could be male or female. Or non-binary. Central hub. As you enter the central hub, you hear a low whirring and the engine growing louder. You can see the readouts above one of the elevators change, letting you know someone is using it to travel to another part of the ship. Looking around, you see the entrances to both the fore and aft side thoroughfares, as well as the corridor to the airlocks. These elevators will take you to the bridge where the captain will be. Shouldn't waste any more time. But what if I did? Just a little bit. That's the foreside thoroughfare I just came from. Yeah. Okay. Probably. Most of the ship can be accessed from the two thoroughfares, but some areas like the bridge are situated on different levels, so need to be accessed by an elevator. Should be accessed to maintenance or crawlways through here somewhere, but they're only for emergencies. Okay, so they'd say the same thing. Knowing that you need to report to the captain, who at this point of the ship's journey should be stationed on the bridge, you make your way to the elevator and press the call button. If the Catholic clergy is not gender nonconforming, they're non-binary. True. You step back and watch the indicators above each elevator, waiting for one to arrive. As you wait, your mind begins to wander and you're caught unaware as you feel something suddenly jab into your back and a voice from behind you declares, "Hands in the air, identify yourself." What the fuck? I'm the security officer here. What the fuck is going on? Your posture stiffens as you snap back to reality. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. Caught completely off guard by the voice behind you. Thoughts race through your mind as you try to figure out what's going on. Could there already be another security detail on board? That shouldn't be possible. As far as you know, you're the only one, unless... I said hands in the air, punk. You tentatively raise your hands, palms flat and facing forwards, as whatever has been thrust in the small of your back is removed slowly, and you hear the person behind you take a step backwards. You exhale and begin to turn around. Lieutenant Empire, security detail, ID, that. I'm on my way to meet the captain to... A girl! Where you've been expecting a gruff crew member, instead you're met with a bright and cheery officer waving a pen around with a large smile on her face. You're taken aback for a moment, as this isn't just any officer. This is... Cassie? Cassie? I know her? What are you? Oh my god! What the fuck? This is my character? Huh? What? I've got a pompadour like that? Are you kidding me? What the fuck? If I chose she, her pronouns, would they still give me this pompadour? What's good? Ian, I miss you so much. Space dandy looking ass. True! You big doofus. You should have seen your face when you turned around. You were all... I love that face you make when you think you're in trouble. It's like you're playing the big soldier. You think playing the big soldier will get you out of trouble. It's so cute. Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn. You should have known. Really. She's always one for bad jokes and stupid pranks as long as you've known her. Her less than professional attitude and penchant for irresponsibility is the reason why, despite her talent, she's not commanding a ship of her own. So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how good did I get you? You totally thought you were being busted, right? But if you're being honest, her playful nature is what attracted you to her in the first place. You've been dating. Whoa, we're in a relationship? You've been dating for nearly 2 years now, but a lot of that has been over electronic mail or in letters. Your postings have never lined up until now. Cassie, what are you doing here? I thought you were stationed on the Reliant. You never said you're being transferred. What happened? What happened? Well, the thing about that is, you might say that a disagreement with the head of operations of the Reliant led to a lateral trajectory for my career. Cassandra, please. Okay, so maybe when it came time to change the ship's cybersecurity passwords, I couldn't be bothered to spend all day sitting in the computer core, waiting for it to generate new codes, so I just changed all the existing passwords by a single digit. You place your face in your hands as a dull groan rises from the back of your throat. This isn't the first time you've heard a story like this. Hold up, can I... Okay, so I wanted to show this off. So here's the 3 different graphics modes. So this is like a, it's like the same PC-98 look, but with a GBA kind of color style. And then here's like a real GBA looking ass video game. Look at this. Oh my god, look at her face that way. That's crazy. I do like this though. I like all the color. Cause it still has a retro anime like aesthetic for the colorization. They have 3 different, or I guess 2 different sprites, and one of them has 2 different color palettes. And maybe it turns out that when they run the cybersecurity drills, they assume that the enemy have your old passwords, so try to brute forcing from those. Yeah. And maybe that meant the ship was compromised in 0.5 seconds. But at least they found out I'd done that in a drill and not in a real engagement, right? I love her little boing. I've basically saved the entire ship in advance. I'm surprised you're even still stationed on a ship. How are you not stuck back in a records room at Europa Colony right now? Well, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but if I can't trust you, who can I trust? It turns out this mission was organized at real short notice, and the Gundog was the only ship available. The problem was that they had been having issues with the crew, so they had to transfer some in short notice. Lucky for me that I'd been recently made available. That's weird. I'd only been stationed on the Duke, so I shouldn't have been free to be transferred. Okay, you figured it out. I may have used one of my contacts in the Academy who works in resource to transfer you over here. I'm pretty sure you know every regulation you broke by doing that. Let's go! Oh, what was I supposed to do? Get stationed on some tiny ship heading out in the middle of nowhere with no one I know on the crew? We haven't seen each other in months. Aren't you glad to see me? Of course I'm glad to see you. I miss you too, you know. It's been a long time. You don't become part of the Reliance Operations Department without some serious talent. I'm not going anywhere. Oh, you said you were on your way to see Captain, right? Have you had a chance to look around the ship yet? No, not yet. I was going to. Great, I'll show you around. I've been here a few days, so I basically know the ship like the back of my hand. Where do you want to go first? I was on my way to see the captain. I felt the engine start up, so I know we're launching soon. I probably thought I should probably report in as soon as possible. Oh, don't worry about that. I've already logged you on board, so it's just a formality now. Besides, Captain Bartermuse isn't exactly a stickler for procedure, so we can check out any time you want, or anywhere you want before you head up there. Well, alright, in that case. Great! This is going to be the best tour you've ever been on. By the time it's over, you'll have seen every inch of the ship and met everyone on board. It's been so long since we've last seen each other, too. We definitely need to take some time to stop by my quarters and get reacquainted. We can now access every area on the Gundog. Talk button allows us to talk. You look around the central hub as Cassandra already begins to make her way to your first destination, waving at you to follow. Maybe a small ship, you think, but now would be the perfect opportunity to learn its layout and familiarize yourself with where you'll be spending your current duty. Plus, you admit, it wouldn't hurt to meet all the crew. Better to get to know them sooner rather than later. You know, it's kind of funny, now that I think about it. What's that? This area is called the Central Hub, but to be honest, the only places you can get to straight away from here are the airlock, sickbay, or the bridge. Well, it's right in the middle of the ship, so it connects everything together via the 2 thoroughfares, right? Kinda, but if you want to go get to engineering to do some mechanical work, you got a long way to go that way. There's a couple places in the game where they repeat language in a weird little way. An editor would have fixed that, but it's a small indie project. I get it. If you want to do pretty much anything else, you got to go the other way. The 4-side thoroughfare is way more of a hub, since you can get all sorts of places real quick. Get some snacks from the mess hall to take back to your quarters. Easy. If you want a quick soda whilst taking audit in the hangar, you're there and back in no time. You should move the bridge to the front of the ship. It sounds to me like you just want a vending machine on the bridge. Hey, that's not a bad idea. But still, it's a long way to get from the other end of the ship no matter where you're going from. How would you solve that problem? Maybe change the shape of the ship so the center is really the center? It's space, so you could make it a really efficient shape like a cube or something. Borg cube! Fuck yeah, let's make Borg cubes. A cube? I guess it could be efficient, but I don't think anyone would take a cube-shaped ship seriously. Oh, you just haven't seen the Borg yet. Meow, 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 meow. The elevator door hisses open and you both step out into the wide open room. You're immediately struck by the glare of the high-powered lights that are set into the ceiling, and just as you regain your vision, the powerful aroma of clinical disinfectant burns in your nostrils. Looking around, you see the standard features of a sickbay, a set of beds that extrude from the wall on one side, and a large gallery window set into the wall on the other, indicating the presence of a surgery wing. Favorite Star Trek series? I mean, it's original series. For sure. It's TOS. Got, like, guaranteed. But, I've only really seen the first, like, original series in Next Generation. I've seen a little bit of Deep Space Nine. I've seen a little bit of Voyager. I've seen a little bit of Enterprise. Ugh. But as far as, like, shows I've seen a decent amount of, it's original series and Next Generation. And of the two, I do prefer original series, but that's because I like silly things. Next Generation is a much better dramatic show. Enterprise is the one with the song, yeah. It's been a long way getting from there to here. I've not seen Next Generation all the way through, but the thing is, I don't think I've seen a single episode from the first season of Next Generation. I've seen bits and pieces from the show. Yeah. I gotta say, Enterprise is like the least Star Trek show I've ever seen. But to be fair, I haven't seen any of the the modern ones that we've been doing. I have not seen Riker with a beard, so yeah. I have seen that, but I haven't watched an episode where he has one. Or I mean the other way around. Wait, what am I thinking? I don't. Whatever. I don't actually watch a lot of Star Trek, if I'm being honest. I watched the when they did the Wrath of Khan re-release in theaters. I did go see that. That was really fun. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Looking around, you see the standard features of a sick bay. Oh, we already said that. The walls... Someone shooting off a gun? Oh my god. Stupid ass neighbors. The walls are... It's like goddamn 10:45 p.m. and you're shooting a gun. Please. The walls are lined with cupboards and cabinets containing medical supplies, and various devices sit on countertops. Why shooting this fucking late? Good question. Good question. In the middle of the room is a large desk set to face the entrance. On the side closet to you are 2 chairs, and under just sits a figure that you almost mistake for a piece of medical equipment until they look up. Oh my god. Miss Quinn. Excellent timing. I've just finished the analysis of your... Hey Doc, don't worry about that right now. I'm giving a tour to our new security officer. Very good, Miss Quinn. Hello, Lieutenant Dempire. I am the ship's doctor, Sifa Rosarium. I've reviewed your file already, so please feel free to stop by with any complaints. Oh, that's unfortunate, Ferret Lord. But since you're here, Miss Quinn, I'd really like to talk about your gastro... Honestly, Doctor, it's fine. We can talk about it. Intestinal. Doctor, later! Distress. She's shitting out of her doo-doo ass. Okay, Doctor. A moment, please. Honey, if you could just give me a few minutes with a doctor. Yeah, no problem. Cassandra grabs the doctor by his sleeves and drags him over to the surgery ring, yanking him through behind her. Once the door closes, you can't hear them, but you can still see the 2 through the gallery window. You decide to turn your attention away and examine a nearby poster about space illnesses. Yes, thank you, Doctor. I understand. So that includes any synthetic meats or carbohydrates. Understood, but as I've explained, I've got a supply of Nutrishake powders that should serve as a balanced replacement for the meals from the food vendor and should alleviate your... Doctor! She's so mad that he's telling on her about her doo-doo diarrhea. Tummy troubles. She just wants him to call it tummy troubles. Oh, this tour is moving on. Holy shit, dude. That's incredible. Lieutenant, are you feeling unwell? No, I'm feeling fine. Have you come to pick up any medication? No, I'm totally alright, thanks. Have you come in for a precautionary checkup? No, nothing like that. Then are you here to ask about my mechanical elements? What? No, of course not. Oh. Well, in that case, Lieutenant Empire, I'm not sure I can help you today. Don't worry about it. What a guy. Cassandra has something to say too. So, I swear, I'm not one for patient-doctor confidentiality. That man is like a laser beam. He gets straight to whatever task is in front of him with no time for things like common courtesy besides manners, a bedside manner, or privacy. Yeah, I got that impression. The worst part is that after all of that, he tells me I'm allergic to the synthetic elements they use in the mess hall. Mess hall's food vendor. Can you believe I'm on a Nutrisake diet between now and when we return to port? I thought these ingredients were supposed to be hypoallergenic. No animal products suitable for everyone? I know, but the doctor's saying it's a rare condition that means I react to one of the compounds they use in production. So no more hamburgers for you. But there's one silver lining. What's that? The vending machine uses real ingredients. Chocolate and chips are still on the menu. Oh no. An important part of any balanced diet. That portion of the sick bay is separated off for surgical procedures, has its own separate environmental controls, and is completely sealed from the rest of the ship when in use. It also contains robotic assistant units. It's state of the art, but you'd still never want to end up in there. All those cupboards and cabinets are jam-packed with different medical supplies, tools, nutritional supplements, and so on. I guess it's good to have all that on hand. Those beds are for patients who need to stay in sick bed for whatever reason. All the monitors behind them are to display patients' vital statistics. It's rare you'll see one used. It's ominous. There's a lot of ominous things happening on here where we keep saying, that'll never happen. And this is the main airlock. It's the main way to get on and off the ship when it's docked. Thanks, but I've already been here. Oh, really? When? Actually, I think I'm confusing with somewhere else. What else can you tell me? Well, it's got one of the best views on the ship for one thing. You look around but can't see any windows. You wouldn't expect to on a military vessel where an inclusion like that could compromise the structure. Here? Really? Yeah, really. Check it out. Cassandra strides over to the terminal set in the wall next to the airlock hatch and quickly begins typing commands on it. You hear a sequence of beeps as you stand back, gesturing proudly to the screen. What's the thing on her shoulder? Oh, it's like a little beaded thing, or no, not beaded, corded. I think it's like one of the curly cords they use on telephone lines that connects her little badge to her little shoulder strap. Not too bad, huh? You look at the screen, but all you can see is a dark display with a few errant pixels suspended on it. I'm drinking water. That's so funny. Is that working? Of course it's working. Look. You stare a little harder at the screen, and although it takes you a moment, you eventually realize. Okay, we're stretching now too. God, actually, I do kind of need that. Fuck. Sitting in a car for 6 hours really fucks up your back. Don't become 28 years old, kids. Do something before that happens. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You stare a little harder at the screen, and although it takes you a moment, you eventually realize. That's an external feed. That's right. Normally you can only actually see out of the gun dog from either the bridge or the hangar. But the ship's covered in small cameras for combat situations. You can access the feeds from the terminals around the ship. I bet that'll come up later. That's actually pretty cool, but isn't the view from the bridge or the hangar better? You know... Oh, I missed that dialogue. But, well, maybe, but there's always someone else around. You never get the view to yourself. I am an immortal vampire, but I'm still 28 years old. Just because you're immortal doesn't mean you don't have an age. You can't just be 28. No one ever comes here, and it's so quiet. It's almost like you're out there. I guess I can see what you mean. It's pretty quiet out this way, and with a faded screen like that, it's basically the real view. I knew you'd understand. I'll add the command to your terminal access. That way you can come out here and see the stars whenever you want. Thanks. I mean, they could be. What else you got to say, Cassandra? So, do you come out the airlock a lot? Define a lot. More than once for coming on board and once for departing. There's nothing wrong with hanging out in the airlock. Okay. Sometimes you just need a little bit of personal space. On a small ship like this, there's the only place you can really get time to yourself. That's true, Sarge. Even on a big ship like the Reliant, there's not many places to get away from everyone. I just find it really relaxing to know I'm this close to being out in space, away from everything, everyone. Sometimes it feels like I was made to be out there, not cooped up in here. I didn't know you enjoyed that part of space. For most people, looking out in the expanse for too long triggers a kind of existential dread. I knew a guy on another ship that couldn't bear to look out in space. He'd start getting the jitters whenever he did. Sometimes he got drunk on duty, he'd start saying all kinds of weird stuff about humanity's souls were never meant to be unbound from gravity. I don't know, it's just like there's something out there that's calling me, you know? Well, that's until I'm late to my shift and Captain sends out a ship-wide message telling me to haul ass up to the bridge. Then I know there's something calling me. Waka waka! Ah, Kermit! As you head away from the central hub, the noise from the engine becomes quieter and the ambient temperature feels noticeably cooler. The thoroughfare stretches out in front of you with doorways leading to the other areas of the ship visible in the distance. And here we are in the fortified thoroughfare? I don't think that's right. I know. I went to my quarters earlier when I came aboard. What did you just say? Foreside thoroughfare? No, I don't think you did. I 100% said foreside fair. What? What's going on? Is my character having a stroke? Aha! It's a tricky thing to say. You try saying it quickly. Foreside thoroughfare. Fortified thoroughfare. Fortified thoroughfare. Aha, yourself. We'll call this one a draw, Lieutenant. Holy shit. Foresight thoroughfare, foresight thoroughfare, foresight thoroughfare, foresight thoroughfare. Dang it. She's still on it. This game is charming. So your quarters are down this way, huh? That's right. Why? I was wondering where you'd be. On the Swift class, there's 2 different quarters sections. One has all the department chiefs, while the other has the crew that works for those departments. Since you're the only security officer on board, I was wondering if you count as the department head or not. Well, I guess I don't. I'm just slumming it. Oh, that's not what I meant was that, I'm messing with you. Don't worry about it. The head of security is typically under the captain's instruction anyway, so it makes sense that my quarters are down this way. I guess so, when you put it like that. So have you met any of your neighbors yet? Well, let's see. Meow, meow, meow. You know, it's rude to keep a girl hanging around. What do you mean? Here we are just hanging out in the corridor like a pair of weirdos. Shouldn't you invite me into your quarters or something? Give me the tour? Well, it's probably identically to your quarters, so... But you know, I guess it's good for you to see them. Hell yeah. As you step into your quarters, Cassandra follows you in. She stands by the door for a moment, looking around the room before turning to face you. Wow, you really like to keep it tidy, don't you? I've only just got here. There's not a lot of time to make a mess. Literally, she's like, I'm going to make out with you, dummy. Are you kidding? I'm pretty sure my bag exploded the moment I stepped into my quarters. Jovian military supplies just aren't what they used to be. Or maybe it was an operator error? And what's that supposed to mean, Lieutenant? Nothing. Just considering all possibilities. Wait, is that... What? Yeah. You know, all these the talkie videos are going to be like this for me sometimes. Lieutenant Empire, don't tell me that. What? What is it? Your chair. It's not perfectly aligned to the terminal. I guess nobody's perfect, huh? I would have made more of an effort if I knew the officer doing spot checks was such a stickler. I suppose I won't have to report you to the captain this time, Lieutenant. I'm going to destroy her. I'm blowing her up with my mind right now. Boom. Hey, want to see something cool? I feel like this may be a bad idea, but go on. Alright, I've always loved your sense of adventure. Now check this out. If you work your fingers to under the bottom of the panel of your bunk, you could take off its mountings and there's a recess behind it you can stash contraband in. Oh, how about this floor panel? Did you know that you use something strong enough you could pry it open, leads to a crawl space below the deck so you could use it to get to other areas of the ship? Yeah. She's... Alright, but I bet you didn't know that if you logged into your terminal and entered a secret code, you could play Snake. That too. Sorry. Oh my god, you can play Snake? Crew? Why are we doing anything besides that? Well, fine. I guess you probably know every secret on the ship then. Well, not every secret, but I am a security officer. I've seen and caught every trick there is when it comes to the contraband, crew breaking fraternizing rules, or system exploits. And surely we won't need any of this information for the plot. It'd have to get pretty technical to get past me. Wait, how do you know all of this? Oh, well, that is, back to the tour! That's true. There should be more women in space. Maybe in security, but a normal place. Okay. Can't go in. Crew quarters number 2. And this is the second set of crew quarters, where operations staff, that's me and Vanessa, the department heads, and the captain have their quarters. Makes sense. Of course, it's obvious why you come down this way so soon after finding out as part of the crew. What do you mean? I'm supposed to be meeting with the captain soon. I know, and despite that, you've let your libido guide you to my quarters, you animal. Let's maybe save that for later, okay? You tease. Fuck yeah, dude. V-Lord. Dr. Rosarian's room. That's not been in there, but he's not been in there. Have you met the chief yet? Chief? Do you mean Mackenzie Kethes? No, I haven't. She's cool, but she can be pretty scary sometimes. Scary? Yeah, she takes the role really seriously, so you don't want to get on the wrong side of her. Hey, you, get out of my engine room and back to the bridge where you belong. Stop goofing off and playing around in the hangar's low gravity, or I'll just open the doors and throw you out into space. Sounds like just about every chief engineer I've ever met. I don't know, she's pretty harsh. One time the junior engineer actually left a case full of rounds for the AF unbound. When the ship took off, they floated everywhere. She made him collect every round and take it back to storage crate one at a time. I think it took him almost the entire day. Yeah, still sounds like every chief engineer I've ever met. Name reads Cassandra Quinn. Don't need an explanation of whose room that belongs to. This is Vanessa's room. She's great. We work together in operations. Oh yeah? You're friends already? Definitely. She's just done so much for me already. She's always letting me know she's covered for me when I'm late. She's picked up some of my tasks while I'm running behind. She's a little angel. Cassandra, I run your diagnostics again. I don't know what I'd do without her. Oh man. We love a girl failure. Folks, we love a girl failure. So, we're just gonna hang around in the corridor outside my quarters then? Nowhere you're in a hurry to go to? Honestly. Okay, let's go in there. Oh, by the way, if you ever want to access my quarters, the passcode for the lock is 0211. It's pretty much the same passcode I use for everything. 0211. Got it. That's right. It's... Oh, no. Come on, you didn't think I'd forget, did you? Hey, good job. Okay. Oh, wait. Before you go in, can you give me a few minutes just to tidy the place up? I was almost late for my duty shift this morning, so it's kind of a mess. Let me put some stuff away, okay? Yeah, sure. Keeping herself between you and the entrance of her room, Cassandra opens the door using the control panel to its right. As it opens, she swiftly steps through, and before it's even all the way closes it again using the panel on the side of the entrance. The entire time she obstructs your view of her quarters. Thanks, I won't be long, promise. A few minutes pass, and you continue to stand gingerly outside of Cassie's quarters. You hear the occasional footstep coming from the four-side thoroughfare, but they all move on to the other parts of the ship. Thankfully, no one stops by to ask why security is lurking outside one of the operation officer's quarters. Hey, Cassie? You give the door a gentle knock, leaning against the wall, continue to remain or look out for anyone who may have some questions about what you're doing out here. How's it going in there? Oh yeah, almost done. Just give me a minute to get this sorted out, and... That last pause is followed by a loud bang and the sound of a small cascade of various objects onto the floor. Okay, maybe a few more minutes. You sigh and step back from the door. If anyone asks you, you can always tell them you're doing spot checks for contraband or something similar. Done. Come in. Oh, man. This is what it looks like after she cleaned it. Dog. Oh, it's pre-roll time. Or, not pre-roll, but mid-roll. So let's go BRB. Talk to you in a bit.
See the top double thrill, double chill motion picture program of the year.
Curse of the Werewolf, in color. The harrowing story of the legendary half-man, half-wolf.
His evil beast blood demanded he kill.
Plus, The Shadow of the Cat, a shocking adventure into murder and psychotic fear.
Two terrifying hits together. Don't miss them.
All right, welcome back, everyone. While I was gone, I went and checked Blue Sky because I do tend to check those while I'm on break. And my my tweet about going live got retweeted by the pixel artist for this game. Also, hi Corgid. And then the studio that published the game liked the tweet, or not tweet, the Blue Sky post, you know. So the fucking artist reposted it, and then the studio liked the post. So they know. What company is it? It's Space Colony Studios. And by the way, I figured out why one of the names on the space station is Welsh. It's a Welsh studio. There you go. Simple as. Asked and answered. Yeah, this is I think this is their first game, maybe? It's the one that they talk about in their bio, so it probably is their first one, maybe? I don't know. It does sound like they're trying to make it, that they want to make it a series based on the way they've named it, but we'll see. Yeah, it's Sarge actually got it for me. I was so excited to play this. It's so cool. Welcome, make yourself at as you oh my god, the sound effects. As you step through the door frame, the toe of your boot catches on a discarded pair of leggings, which are held in place by your other foot. As you begin to fall over, you reach out to catch onto something to stop yourself. 4-person team? Oh, I love the PC-98 aesthetic. It's so fucking good. Unfortunately, the chair you reach out for has a uniform thrown over the backrest, which slips as you grab it, bringing down the chair and an assortment of cosmetics onto the seat, clattering down to the floor with you. Oh my god. We just stepped on a rake and then went backwards into another rake. Recommend Away, Corgi. I would love to hear more. Vengeful Heart? Alright, I'll keep in mind. Oh no, Ian, are you okay? I'm sorry, I thought... Cassie. Yes? I thought you said you were tidying this place up. I was! Then why did I just get brained by a falling hairdryer? There was a system! You get back to your feet and right the chair as Cassie quickly grabs the assorted bottles and tubes that fell down with you, placing them randomly back on any nearby surface. A system. There's a system in place. This is me. This is me when there's a system. Oh, thank you, Sarge, for getting that for me. Putting the link to the game in our chat. Yeah, that's fair, Corgi. I was just about to, I was literally about to pull up my phone so I could put that game name in my Google search results, so I have it to go back to. But Sarge got it covered for me. This is what having a mod is for, so they can remind you of the thing, put little reminders for you. If I ever make a significant amount of money with this shit, Sarge, I'm just going to make you my manager. Because that's basically what you do as a mod. Except, not paid and, a lot less hours than you would if you were actually paid. You almost want... But, I would have to make a lot more money to be able to pay someone as a manager. You almost launch into a speech about securely stowing possessions in case of high-speed maneuvers, but you stop yourself. Doesn't the captain ever carry out spot checks or surprise inspections? No, it's great. From what I heard, her quarters are a worse state than mine. Is that right? Huh. That's concerning. Look, there's gotta be a lot of shit to look around at here. Oh my god. Like everything else in this room, this terminal appears to be in use as extra storage space. Even the chair's covered in stuff. Since Cassie's in operation, you think she'd make more use out of her terminal than anyone else on board, but I can't see how she uses it like this. Cassie's bed. It currently appears to be acting as a makeshift wardrobe. Does she move all this clothes around before she goes to sleep, or do they act as extra sheet? How does she even have this much clothing on board anyway? Are those printed photographs? Aren't those cool? They're from our first date at the Europa Amusement Park. Aww. Aww. Is that one of those stress squeeze things on top of her computer? No, I think it's like a bottle of lotion or something. It's like a squeeze bottle. I took my Pixie Cam straight to the specialist printers the next day and got copies made. I even wrote the date on the back so I never forget our anniversary. Oh my god. That's what we look like? Holy shit, dude. What the fuck? I look like a fucking butch lesbian British magister. What the fuck is going on? That's insane, dude. And to be clear, I fucking love it. That's awesome. That's so fucking cool. Exactly, Corgi, because you get to choose your pronouns at the beginning of the game. I imagine that they all look like this, or maybe this is just the one you get if you choose they, them pronouns. I also I like that she looks a little bit younger here, and she has a slightly different hairstyle and everything. That's a cute touch. I can't imagine all three have that sick-ass haircut. They might. Wow, I never knew you were that sentimental. I knew I was onto a good thing when you held my hair back so I could barf mid-roller coaster ride. You don't meet many people that consider it when you're dating in the forces, let me tell you. That's true. Yeah, now that I think about it, that was the most romantic date I'd ever been on. You still called me back up for a second date, though. I guess I must have been pretty desperate. Boo! Hey! Joking. Jokingly. Meow, meow, meow. Next time I'll keep my wits about me for any inadvertent booby traps before I come in. Meow, 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 meow. Let's talk to Cassandra. So how are you finding the gun dog so far? Enjoying the tour? Just pretty much the same as every other one I've been on, station on. Tour's first class, though. Maybe if working in naval operations doesn't work out, you could start your own business as a tour guide back on Europa colony. You think so? Definitely. You seem to have all the insider knowledge already, and you've only been stationed here for a few days. Imagine all the insider knowledge you could share about Europa colony. Yeah, you're right. And over here, we have a statue of workers who built this colony. If you sneak around the back, you can get inside the plinth and hide from colony security if they catch you and your friends hanging out in the park after it's shut. Incredible. Then again, you don't think that's the kind of thing people want to know? Maybe a bit more about the workers first. Anyways. Oh, ask her some questions. How are you finding the gun dog so far? Oh, really? That's really cool. I'm going to be setting up a PC-98 emulator at some point here. And I think I want to do some PC-98 games on stream at some point. I think it would be a lot of fun to check out some stuff. Preferably ones that have been translated. I just feel like we could have a fun time looking at all the pretty pictures, but I feel like it'd be a better time if we could read what was going on. So you've been on the ship for a few days now. How are you finding it? Well, it's not too bad. Obviously, it's not like being stationed on a Reliant. It's a whole lot smaller and there's way less people. But there's also a lot less to do, so you get much more free time. Captain Bartermuse is pretty lax compared to Captain Singh. Man, I still can't get over Bartermuse. But then I get the impression that this whole crew is a bunch of burnouts. Uh-oh. Huh. Except for us. I obviously didn't mean that about you. They're transing the lates? Yeah. Oh, one of them got hit by the flood. Ugh. That's rough. What if Bartermuse is a cat? I'm hoping for it. So about your transfer from the Reliant. I know. We don't need to have this conversation. I've already had it from Captain Singh in my dismissal and from one of the senior resource officers. You're wasting your potential. You would make an excellent captain if you took your duties seriously. Your academy scores were excellent. I wasn't going to give you the speech. One of the only good things about not having parents is I don't have to hear it from them too. Hey, Cassie. It's the absolute worst hearing it from you, because I know that out of everyone, you're probably the only person who actually cares. I wasn't going to give you the big speech about it. I figured you'd already had it from everyone else. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I figured you were feeling worse than you let on. It's going to be okay, you know. A ship like this isn't the worst place to be for a while. And if things work out, you could always put in for a transfer back to a bigger ship. The JCF is still bidding up its Navy, so there'll be loads of opportunities. If that doesn't work out, there's still your career as a tour guide back in Europa. That's cute. Yeah, you know it. I'd probably make a better tour guide than a ship operator anyways. I think it'd be great at whatever you decide to do. And whatever it is, I'll be here to support you through it. Cassie? Ah, you're so cheesy sometimes. Drew! Hey! Come here. What do you want to do? We got some shore leave. So now that we're on the same ship, our shore leave will line up. Do you have anywhere you want to go? Anything you want to do? I hadn't thought about it. I guess this means we'll be able to go on a lot more dates now. Oh, I know. Did you hear about the new colony they've added to the Europa cluster? It's got an ultra-efficient water handling plan, and the planners have included a water park. We should go as soon as it opens. We can meet shore leave, that's true. A water park? What's that? You've never heard of a water park? Never. Well, with a pompadour like that, you can't risk getting into the water like that. Like, come on. They're one of the coolest new features on the new colonies they're building. They're like lots of big swimming pools with slides and rivers and all sorts. And the e-magazines are saying that they're going to be the coolest thing to do on the colonies once they're open. Are you supposed to be meeting the captain? Details. Pools and slides into pools? But like really exciting. Huh. Okay, I guess when we're next docked, I'll see if I can book us some tickets. Awesome. Meow, 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 meow. Fire control. Moving beyond the mess hall and the hangar access, the two of you continue to the furthest end of the four-side thoroughfare. The door at the very end of the corridor is shut, the words fire control painted on it in large stenciled letters. Cassandra swipes her keycard through the reader by the door before turning to you. So this is the fire control. The gunner's probably here, but, well, you'll see. That's pretty cryptic. Okay, this music's interesting. As you follow Cassandra through the doorway, your eyes take a moment to adjust as the strip lighting that illuminates the rest of the ship is now conspicuously absent. Instead, the entire room is lit by the phosphorescent glow from an alcove full of screens and readouts. Looking at the screens, each one seems to not be showing much more than a few specks on a black background. From experience, though, you know that what you're looking at is a live feed from cameras all over the ship's exterior. In the center of this alcove, facing away from you, is a seat like the ones on the bridge. From this angle, it's impossible to tell if there's anyone in it, but you notice a tiny rhythmic hiss coming from it. Or tinny. So anyway, all the ship's weapon systems are controlled from here. The screens give the gunner a panoramic view of, is the gunner here right now? You look over Cassandra's shoulder at the back of the seat. You swear you see a quick flicker of movement, but you can't be sure it's not just a flash of a readout reflecting off a surface. Oh, Dylan? Yeah, he's here. Should we say hello? Well, normally I would, but... Cassandra leans back slowly as if trying to surreptitiously sneak a peek at what's on the other side of the chair without noticing her. She quickly turns back to you after a moment's pause. He just looks so in the zone, you know? It seems a shame to interrupt him. Interrupt what? Cassandra leans back again and after a moment quickly gestures for you to come take a look. Look at this twink. God damn. Sat in the chair is a man who looks a bit older than you. His eyes are closed and his face a picture of absolute serenity. Over his ears are possibly the single largest pair of headphones you've ever seen in your entire life. As he sits there, oblivious to your presence, his right leg bounces up and down and his wrists flicker constantly. Oh, man. This kid's got millennial disease. You wonder for a moment if he's okay before spying a cassette player poking out of his jacket pocket. You realize that the issue here is the slightest whisper of the music that he's listening to escaping from these substantial headphones. Is this okay? Shouldn't he be a bit more attentive? Don't worry, it's fine. He's not even on duty. Yeah, but what if there's an alert? Huh. Let's find out. Oh, are we just gonna prank this kid? A kid, he's old. He's apparently older than us, but you know, whatever. Cassandra moves over to a panel just before the monitor laid in the alcove, takes the receiver off the wall, and enters a few numbers into the keypad. Hi, Vanessa. Yeah, it's Cassie. Can we test the alert system in fire control? No, I know it's not scheduled. It's a spot check. Yeah, random testing, you know. Chief's orders. Goddamn. Of course she asked. Why would we be asking for a spot test? It's to alert the fire control if Chief didn't ask. That's true, Mad Wobbler. That's actually 100% true. She already did prank us. Why wouldn't we prank this guy? You're a darling. Thanks. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Loud! In an instant, you see the figure in the chair bolt upright, yank their headphones off, and lay their hands on the fire and control systems, their heads snapping back and forth as they rapidly survey the wall of the monitors. False alarm? Hey, Dylan. Don't mind us. Just had to do a spot check on the alarm system. Chief's orders. Oh, hey, Quinn. No problem. Who's this? Lieutenant Ian Dempire, ship security. Oh, hey, Warrant Officer Dylan Dees, gunner. Welcome aboard. Thanks. Well, let me know if you guys need anything. That alert totally got in the way of an awesome solo, so I'm going to rewind and pick up where I left off. Good to meet you. I met Dylan. Let's talk to Dylan. Dylan Dees nuts! Warrant Officer Dees. Warrant Officer Dees. Dylan. Oh, hey. Lieutenant, how's it going? Not bad, thanks. I was wondering if you could explain the control system here to me. It doesn't look anything like what I've seen before. Huh? Oh yeah, if you've not been on a small ship like the Gundog, it probably does look weird. Bigger ships have more crew spares, so they have old-fashioned turret operators. On a ship like this, where there's only one dude flying solo, the whole system's optimized to let them run the entire weapon system alone. Each of these trackballs line up with different weapon systems, which is represented by a reticle shown on the screen. By rolling the balls, I can move the targeting reticle from screen to screen, and to fire all I need to do is point and click. Like a point-and-click adventure game? That's pretty clever. Only works so well because we've got the computer doing most of the heavy lifting. On bigger ships, the gunners have a lot more physical control. On a ship like this, it's more like playing a really intense video game. Video games! I like video games. And I really like these spaceship video games. I'd rather play a racing game or something instead. Dog, come on. It's not too bad. Now the war's over, we're not shooting anyone anytime soon. Ominous. So I get to spend all my time here listening to music and staying out in the space. Pretty much perfect. Listen to anything good? Yeah, a real classic album right now. Ever hear of Trish and the Replicants? No, sorry. Goodbye later, I'll lend you cassette. Cassette Beast mentioned? Cassette Beast mentioned? It's pretty good for such an old band. Thanks for the offer. Just once I was hoping he wouldn't be here. Oh? Yeah, this place would be such a good room to relax in and take in the view of the stars. But day or night, he's always in here either spacing out himself or drumming away. I'm so jealous. Most heads of operation would kill for a crew member who's at their station day or night, you know? But this is weird. The only time I've seen him leave is when the ship's docked. I've come by at all sorts of random times and he's always here. I don't like it. How much of that is jealousy? Got her ass. More. As the two of you head down the four-side thoroughfare and away from the crew's quarters, Cassie stops by a double-sided doorway and runs her keycard through the reader next to it. Watch your step. She instructs, tapping her knuckle on the large warning sign next to the door that leads low gravity zone. Once the door opens, she heads through and you follow her in the wide stairwell. Ugh. It only takes two sets of steps before you feel yourself grow lighter. By the time you reach the doorway at the bottom, you're almost floating. Stepping into the hangar onto the catwalk, the first thing that strikes you are the profiles of the two armored frames stood as if on guard, facing in the main area of the hangar. Although you fully expected to see them here, every Jovian ship features at least a few. The sight of the armored frame stirs uncomfortable memories within you, and you inadvertently grit your teeth and squeeze the handrail you've grabbed tightly. Oh shit. Flashback. Oh no. Ma'am, they're firing on us. There's so many of them. Oh god, ma'am, help. The line of retreat's totally cut off. We can't get back to the ship. Man, what do we do? What do we do? Stop panicking and form up. 3 and 4 on me. We're going to punch a hole through their formation and... Hey, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I think it's just a change of gravity level. Left me a bit queasy. I know how you feel. I was late for a hangar audit once and rushed straight down after a big lunch. I was moving so fast that with the gravity ship, my stomach contents couldn't keep up. Gross. Tell me about it. I did everything I could to keep my mouth shut. You know the rule for low gravity zones. What you spew is left up to you. I wasn't going to be late and on cleanup duty. Speaking of duty, shouldn't there be someone around here? Dalton should be around here somewhere. If you're feeling funny, stay here for a moment and I'll go see if I can find him. Sure. Didn't I click on mess hall and not hangar? Maybe I did click on hangar. You watch as, despite the 15-meter difference between the catwalk and the hangar floor, Cassie nonchalantly places her 2 hands on the handrail and deftly vaults over it into the emptiness. Thanks to the low gravity, she doesn't fall, but instead kicks off the railing, propelling herself through the air. As Cassandra drifts off, eventually catching onto one of the armored frame's legs and using it to swing herself around to float in a different direction, you place your elbow on the railing and you hit your head in your hand. You turn your attention back to the stoic feature on the armored frame's heads and sigh deeply. Your attention is caught by the cockpit hatch of one of the frames being half open. Looking around, you see everything as you'd expect. Armored frame, weapons, racks, storage containers, various equipment, all of it restrained appropriately and fastidiously arranged. The cockpit hatch is the only thing that breaks that pattern. It's weird, I can't find him anywhere. I know it's definitely his shift right now, so he should be around somewhere. Looking past Cassandra at the armored frame with the ajar cockpit hatch, a thought strikes you. I think I might have an idea. Follow me. You carry out the same vaulting maneuver that Cassie had performed and kick off towards the huge machine's cockpit. Once close enough, you grab a hold of its arm and pull yourself up towards the open hatch. A few seconds later, Cassie appears beside you, and you both notice the sound of gentle snoring coming from within the cockpit. Well, Lieutenant Commander, I think this is an operations issue, so I'll let you handle it. Leaving the discipline up to me again, huh? God, she's adorable. Cassandra nimbly clambers up the armored frame, positioning herself right above the cockpit. Bracing herself on the machine's chest, she brings the heel down sharply and repeatedly on the armor. Cadet Grange, attention! You hear a muffled scream from within the cockpit, followed by a dull thud, a string of muttered cursing, and then finally a figure emerges from the cockpit. Ah, ma'am, I was just checking the calibrations. The calibrations are on the AF. I got some feedback that... Oh, it's just you, Commander Quinn. Got her ass! Excuse me? Just? Is that how you dress a superior officer cadet? Oh, ma'am. No, ma'am. I was not expecting to see you in the hangar, ma'am. Okay, you can tone it down a bit, Dalton. Oh, yes, ma'am? Oh my god, look at the little kitty face. Good enough, I suppose. Anyway, Cadet, this is Lieutenant Empire, Ship Security Officer. Oh, Lieutenant! Cadet Dalton Grange, Junior Engineer. Good to meet you, Cadet. Looks like they've got you out working hard. Looks like... Oh, no, Lieutenant. Well, that is yes, Lieutenant, but not so hard I'm falling asleep. No, Lieutenant, I was calibrating the sensor array on the... Take it easy, Cadet. We've all taken a nap in a cockpit in our lives. I think we took a bad times nap in our cockpit. Well, of course, we never took cockpit naps with the chief giving us our orders, so you probably need to get back to whatever you're doing, huh? Ah, I totally forgot. She's gonna kill me. Good kid, right? I feel sorry for him already. A really bad nap time, yes. Hey, Cadet, how's it going? Ah! Hey there, take it easy. It's just me. Oh, Lieutenant, sorry, I thought you were someone else. What's this crew possibly doing that's got you so jumpy? Oh, it's not the crew, it's just the chief. She really likes the surprise inspection, making sure that I'm working as fast as she expects me to. At least once a day, I think I'll think I'm alone somewhere, and suddenly Cadet Dalton report. I don't know how she does it. I'll have an eye on the entrance for the entire time, and she'll still appear from nowhere. I think she uses the maintenance ducts. She vented? Sus? Amogus? Imposter? Okay, take it easy. I'm pretty sure it's just us in here. Planning to stream for quite a while longer? Yeah, I'll probably streaming for another hour and a half at least, if not 2 hours and a half. I will hydrate. So much talking. Okay, if you're sure. Anyway, how can I help, Lieutenant? Alright, see you in a bit. I'm just getting to know the ship and its crew, finding out what they're all about. Oh, huh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh, I guess we're stretching too. Oh, Jesus Christ, my back is so fucked. Ah! So what are you up to here, cadet? Oh, I'm actually working on 2 projects at the moment as part of my engineering degree. The first is my own project, a high-density rapid expansion emergency sealant for hull breaches. Oh, that's cool. I've been working on a compound that designed to release in the case of a breach to seal out cracks to prevent atmosphere loss. Sounds pretty impressive. How's that going? Not too well, Lieutenant. I intended it to be used within the ship as a safety measure for the crew, but the technical officer who oversees my progress back at the academy has instructed me to find a way to weaponize it. What the fuck? This is such a fucking military shit-ass thing to do. He thinks it'd be good for immobilizing enemy AFs. It still seems like it's being put to good use if it's cutting down on casualties, don't you think? I guess so. Weaponized crazy glue? They're gonna Spider-Man them. What's the second? Oh, that's just something I'm working on for the Chief. It's a set of modifications for a Juno to increase its mobility in space. To be honest, it's not too exciting. It's just some fine-tuning and adjustments. Well, I'm sure you're doing a good job. Thanks, Lieutenant. Keep it up. Ah, I wish I wore my uniform trousers today. Oh, right, yeah, you're in the skirt and in the floating area. What's up? I was thinking we'd play low gravity tag or something, but now that Dalton's back up and about, we can't. I don't think he's gonna snitch on you anytime soon. That's not what I mean. I don't follow. Huh? Honestly, have you considered the issues of floating around in a skirt? Oh! Just got yourself lucky. I would have kicked your ass. At tag, I assume. Alright. Mess hall time. Yeah, no, it was hangar first and then mess hall. Okay. And here we have the highlight of the entire tour, the mess hall. Cassandra's face is radiating happiness as she gestures through the double doorway you're stood by into the mess hall. Looking inside, you can see a canteen like any other tables, chairs, vending machine. It's all here. She's so good. Yeah, she's wonderful. This is the highlight? Looks like a pretty standard mess hall to me. You bet. You know why? Tell me. Because they've got the different kinds of vending machines. The red one that stocks the spicy potato chips, and the white one that has all the different chocolate bars. Oh, fuck yeah. Also soy sauce? Wow, so that's all bases covered, huh? They've got all the fundamental food groups. Yep, chips and chocolate. I'm not sure. Hey, Quinn! A rough voice called out from further in. You hadn't noticed them previously because of Cassandra's enthusiastic presentation of the vending machines, but someone sat in the far corner stands up, drops a half-smoked cigarette into a coffee cup and strides over. Holy shit, dude. Fuck. Hey, Cassie, can we, like, open up our relationship? What's going on, Quinn? Who's this? Lieutenant Rumney, were you just smoking in the mess hall? Ah, take it easy, Quinn. I was sat right by the extractor vent for the meal vendor. No harm, no foul. That's not the point. The extra strain on the air scrubbers from the cigarette. Yeah. She fucking has a fucking glasses animation. So anyway, who's this hottie? Fuck! Dude! That's Haru? Whoa! Whoa! Well, Kat's got her tongue. Name's Haru. Haru Rumney. What about you, good looking? Oh, Lieutenant Ian Dumpire, ship security. Holy! Ian Dumpire. No way, really? Last time I checked. Well, alright. Good to know. That's all for me, Dumpire. You know where my quarters are, right? Yeah, I do? Nice. Catch you later. What was all that about? Cassie? You know where the room is, do you? I mean, I do. It's near mine. That's not what the room is right by mine. This game is so fucking good, dude. Holy shit. You know, it's... Actually, don't worry about it. Holy fuck. I just realized we didn't look around while we were in the hangar. That's okay. Putting out your half-smoked cigarette and your half-drunk coffee. Pretty gross. I don't know why smoking out a ship hasn't been banned yet. That's true. The standard food vendor unit installed in all JCF ships is half robotic chef, half vending machine. You select what you want and it prepares it for you. The ingredients are almost all long life synthetic reproductions, but it's pretty convincing. When you're done, you can slot the plate back in for cleaning. Classic Star Trek shit. Like Cassie said, both kinds. For some reason, certain ships only have red one or the white one, so I can get why she's excited. That's so weird. Oh man, I like that they're thinking about stupid little minutia like that. That's so funny. Cassie, shall we get some ships or something? Okay then. Oh no. Hey guys, have you had lunch yet? Maybe we should get something from the vendor. Right. Is there something I can throw this away? You know, don't worry about it. I'll find it. She's so mad. She's so mad. Oh, Cassie, before you go, don't you want something from the vending machine? Chocolate? Chips? Soda? Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do, Lieutenant. I promise I didn't get what Haru was saying about the room. Okay, but it's gonna be a chocolate bar. Okay, sure. Wait. 2 chocolate bars. Sure. Wait. 3. Fuck. 3 chocolate bars. Goddamn. Oh, this game is delightful. Time for the aft thoroughfare. There's so much more. As the two of you leave the central hub behind you and travel down the aft side thoroughfare, the hum of the engines continues to grow louder. You'd effectively filter the noise out in the rest of the ship, but as you get closer to the rear ship, its volume increases significantly, or considerably. Are the engines supposed to be that loud? Are the what? I said, are the engines supposed to be that loud? The what? I said, are the engines... I heard you the first time, I'm just messing with you. Stupid! God, Cassie! You could have fooled me. I've never been on a ship where the engines are so noticeable. Is it supposed to be like that? It is really good sci-fi. Like, already. We haven't even, like, done a whole lot yet. Supposed to? No, not really. But the Gundog is a Swift class, a type of patrol ship that's designed for rapid response. They're made to cover large areas of space quickly and offer basic assistance for ships in distress. That, or be the first on the scene to gather intel and issue warnings if anyone comes too close to Jovian space. Which means, design-wise, they're prioritized speed above everything else. I guess the best way to sum it all up is that the Gundog is basically a huge set of engines with a tiny ship strapped to them. That's so cool. Well, that's reassuring. Oh, it's fine. It just means there's no space for systems like motion dampeners or soundproofing. You'll miss it when you leave. Meow. Now that corridor is the armory where the ship's firearms are stored. Normally access has been granted to it from the bridge, but since you're a security officer, you got access coded into your key card. You swipe your key card through the card reader set in the terminal by the armory's door. Instead of the door opening as you would expect, you hear a harsh tone from the terminal. Looking at the screen, you see a message displayed in your large flashing letters. Access denied, insufficient authority. Looks like your clearance hasn't been fully processed yet. You'll have to meet the captain before you get into that room. Okay. Engineering then. As the two you continue through the aft thoroughfare, the thrum of the engine grows louder still. The featureless paneling has made up the majority of the ship's interior, quickly gives way to visible pipes and conduits, and eventually the smooth flooring transitions to grating, revealing more workings underfoot. Finally, the thoroughfare leads into one huge open chamber filled with vast masses of machinery. Terminal panels set into the side of various apparatuses cycle through various readings. The light from the screens reflect off the ducts and valves. All this equipment is separated by a grid of catwalks and access ladders. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is right. This is central engineering. Pretty much every system aside from the engines themselves and the central computer can be found in this room. All in one place? Isn't that a little risky? Yeah, this is how the Borg get you. They put all their stuff in different places of the ship. Well, a Swift-class ship relies on an absolutely minimal crew. The Gundog only has 2 engineers. I think they figured it'd be easier on them if everything that was important was kept in one place. That way, they don't have to run from one end of the ship to another to get all the repairs done if something goes wrong. Huh, certainly know a lot about ship engineering. What can I say? I'm a pretty talented individual. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Whilst you're here, could you share some of that knowledge? What's that over there? That's That's the phonetic conversion unit. And what's that? Oh, that's the omnifaceted wane shaft. Uh-huh. What about that? That's the turbo encabulator? Every day is a school day. I'm head of operations, not chief engineer, okay? I don't need to know the what. Hey, no one better be screwing around up there. You both jump as a stern voice barks at you from below. Bark, 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 bark. Looking down, you see through the grating that there's another catwalk situated below the one you're standing on, with a crew member moving at speeds towards the ladder that joins the two walkways. I swear, if I find so much as a single terminal readout out of place, I'm stuffing the two of you into the organics processing system. If I have to retrieve one more pen from behind the compressors. The crew members continue to grumble as they ascend. Quinn, you better not be here to tell me that your favorite pen is somehow fallen into the systems block again. True, Mad Wobbler. Also, look at this person. Hello. No, Chief. Got it right here. Damn straight you do. Holy shit. Now make sure you hang on to that one, or you're going to need someone to pull you out of the system block instead. And who's this? Our wayward security officer? You got a name there? You quickly throw a sharp salute at the woman in front of you without even checking her rank first. Not only does she loom over you physically, but she quickly pick up on a force of personality that feels like adds an extra 6 inches to her considerable stature. Holy shit. Lieutenant Empire, security officer for the JFS Jundog, ma'am. Listen to that man business, Empire. Name's Mackenzie Cathays. Chief engineer, but that's chief to you. Holy shit. Yes, chief. Damn straight. Now what are the two of you doing in engineering? Holy shit. 600 or something. Yeah. I was just giving Lieutenant Empire a tour of the ship, Chief. That's so? You ever been on a ship before, Lieutenant? First assignment? Never on a Swift class, Chief. I've only served on strike or supply classes to date. That's so. Which strike vessels? The JFS Victory and the JFS Thunderbolt, Chief. Victory and Thunderbolt, huh? Don't think either of those two are less than 3 years old, so probably wouldn't have seen what the new streamlined distribution systems. I wonder if you would have seen the power coils, though. I think the Victory is part of that production. You and Cassandra exchanged quick, nervous glances at the Chief, who really seemed like she was about to physically throw you both out of engineering, and suddenly begins a conversation with herself. You continue to stand at nervous attention while she ruminates about the ship components. Chief, is there anything I can help you with about those ships? Oh, huh? Lieutenants, didn't realize you were still here. No, you're off the hook, Empire. Not unless you could tell me whether the Victory is outfitted with 3rd generation B-Pack upgrades anyways. Sorry, Chief, I don't think I could. Wonder if that's because the retrofitting takes into account space availability in the ship's interior for minimal transversal impact. Although maybe it could be that it takes... I think now would be a good time for us to move on. Good idea. Well, that's all, Chief. We'd just be going now. Oh yeah, sure. Don't let me catch you screwing around in here again. Yeah, yes, Lieutenant? Well, Chief, I was just stopping by to tell me, the Empire, what is it that the ship security officer on a vessel with only 10 crew does all day? Oh, that is, because I'll tell you what a chief engineer does. A chief engineer spends every damn minute of the day trying to keep pace with all the systems on board his vessel to make sure they're all running absolutely flawlessly. You know why? It's because if I don't, then it's a thin line between optimum comfort and a horrific death in the cold expanse we call space. So I'll be frank, Lieutenant. Unless you're about to help me redirect these condensers while I refresh the primary moisture chamber, then I don't know what good is going to come from you hanging around me and distracting me. Holy shit, she talks so much. Huh, understood? Yes, Chief. Well done. If you really want something, you can go and check with the junior engineer in the hangar. Kids probably slowed down so last put him the fear of the void into him. Wow. Okay, but really, when Chief says we shouldn't screw around in here, she's right. We should probably get moving. What did you do? Why would you say that? Really though, what did you... Who the hell dropped the chocolate bar on the secondary moisture converter? Let's go. It's melted into the outlet valve. I'll kill them. Holy shit. There's so much going on in here. I have no idea what anything this is. It could be a waste processing unit, or it could be life support. Oh, sorry, Chief. What was that? This unit's part of the life support system. To be exact, this part is an assessment center of sorts. It continuously samples the atmosphere on board to ensure that it's the optimum level to keep us all alive. Oh, huh. There's so much machinery in here. If what Cassie says is true and all the ship's systems are packed in here, it could be anything. It's certainly giving off a lot of heat, though. That's the power distribution module. Oh, Chief, it's you. What is that? The power distribution module. We're situated above the Gundog's main reactor, and this is the system which distributes the power to all the ship's various systems. Oh, is that right? That door leads to one of the ship's engine rooms. There's another engine room on the other side of the ship. It's not exactly an efficient layout when you're running tests on the system, but that is what they thought would work best in terms of keeping the Swift compact. Oh, thanks, Chief. She's upset. She's mad. That door leads to the central control computer's room. It contains the ship's mainframe that all the ship's terminals are connected to. It also runs the majority of the ship's hardware. There's a primary access terminal located in there too that gives access that no other terminal on the ship offers. For security, only the captain has use for it. Great, thanks for the heads up, Chief. She's so upset. She's so mad. Oh my gosh, she's so angry. Oh my god, I can actually go to those places. Why can I go to those places? You swipe your keycard to the card reader set in the set terminal by the door leading to the central computer. The door doesn't open, instead you read a harsh tone displaying an error message. Okay. Yeah, it's the same. Access denied, insufficient authority. Oh, even with your security clearance, you won't be able to go into the main computer room. Because the staff is so small, the ship's computer handles a lot of the tasks that would normally be done by crew. It controls a lot of the really sensitive functions, so only the captain and the operations team are allowed access. No? I don't think any of the ships I've been on have had a computer system like this. The bigger ships usually have their computing distributed amongst multiple systems across the ship. But, because they've also got larger crews, there's more of that people on board that are responsible for it. There's more of the people on board are responsible for. I think it's because the Swift class is so small, there's such a limited crew, they need to assign more functionality to the computer. Because of that, it's a lot more vital that no one screws around with it. I see. So the operations have access. Can we take a look using your authority? Well, since the whole reason I'm here is that I didn't exactly take my responsibilities with the Reliant computer system seriously, the captain's told me not to mess around with it. Oopsie. But it's not that interesting anyways. Okay. I'll just believe you. The two you watch from around the corner as Chief Cathays, continuing to mutter to herself, paces back and forth checking terminal readouts and various displays. Eventually she heads down the ladder so she's climbed to confront you. Now out of sight, Cassandra darts toward the engine room, gesturing you over. Do anything except your job, please. Checking over your shoulder in case the chief has reappeared, you make your way to her, just in time for the doorway of the engine room to open, and Cassandra to disappear inside before you can raise an objection. Well, it's got to be better than staying here with the chief. The room you find yourself in is a similar size to the area you just left, but whilst that was crammed full of huge range of machinery, this room is almost entirely filled by one colossus cylindrical device. The pulse of the engine is now a tangible sensation as the vibrations it emits shake your whole body. So this is the main engine. Well, one of them anyway. Like Chief said, the ship's outfitted with two of these. I see what you meant now when you said the Gundog's a huge set of engines with a ship strapped to them. This thing's massive. I know, I look at it and I feel like you could probably fit the rest of the ship in this room if the engine weren't there. That's because it's impossible to get the Higgs field distortion drive any smaller. Ah, she's here! It's the Fire Nation's drill. Welcome back, Corgi. Ah, Chief! Chief! I know you said that, so these engines are actually combination nuclear pulse engines built around a Higgs field distortion drive. If the Higgs field distortion drive wasn't here, this engine would be about 10 times smaller than it is. Although, I hear they managed to improve the efficiency of newer NPEs, so it's possible that the space saving could be more like 11 times smaller. Can either of you two tell me how an HFDD works? Can I romance the chief? Like, really? HFDD? Higgs field distortion drive. Yeah, duh. Come on, Cassie. What are they teaching you at the academy? It's a drive that allows ships to move far beyond speeds allowed by conventional engines, although it's nowhere near faster than light. Oh, okay. I dig it. It's what lets us get around the solar system without needing to worry whether we'll live long enough to see the end of the journey. Oh, so we can only move around the solar system. That's kind of cool. This is that's kind of giving Cowboy Bebop. Cowboy Bebop, I think, if I remember correctly, is in a similar situation. Is that there was like only the solar system. I think maybe they'll have like a gate that allows them to move to one other solar system. If I remember correctly, it's been a little bit since I watched it. I don't remember the exact deal there. But yeah. I do like that kind of sci-fi. It's interesting to me. Anyway, everyone knows about the existence of the Higgs field. It's what allows interactions with the Higgs boson that gives particles to their mass. As a series of gates only take you throughout the solar system. Yeah, okay. I knew there was the gates, but I didn't remember where they said whether they get you to like one other solar system or if it was all stuck within the one solar system. I was like pretty sure it was just the one solar system, but yeah. Oh, right. So what the drive does is warp the field relative to the ship and those on board. By doing this, it displaces the mass to a different area of space, but within the same relative. As the chief continues on with her explanation, you glance at Cassandra and see a thinly veiled look of terror on her face. You can't blame her, as you feel much the same way caught in this impromptu lecture. Honestly, this is the most like understandable cyber like techno babble I've seen in a sci-fi setting in a while. Then, because the particles retain their relationship with each other, general perception is that things around are the same as normal. However, from an exterior perspective, the lecture drags on as you quickly lose track of the chief's explanation. Although you recognize the words she's saying, you no longer make sense of the context. They come to seem like a meaningless string of sounds. Does that make sense? Yeah. So the field is the it's got the mass, which is pushed. No. How to put it? Okay. So imagine that space is a ketchup packet, and you're the sauce. Oh yeah, the sauce. Right, the sauce. Now what the distortion drive does, it's like a thumb on the universe of the packet. It moves the sauce around by changing the shape of the packet to push the sauce. The packet is the universe, we're the sauce, and the drive is a thumb? You've got it. You quickly glance back at Cassandra and meet her eyes as she's doing the same thing. You know for certain that neither of you have got it. And that's why these engines have to be so big to house that drive. Oh, it all makes sense now. I see. Yes, definitely. Great. Well, now that you appreciate the science behind it, I won't have to throw you out of here. Thanks, Chief. Anytime, just remember, Lieutenant. Yes, Chief? Screw with anything, and I'll throw you out of the airlock instead. Yes, Chief. Sauce? Sauce! So we're the sauce, right? And the universe is the packet. I thought the field was the packet. But then is the field the universe, or is the universe in the field? We're going to have some very theoretical, challenging meal times. One of the ship's two engines. Apparently it's that big because it's a combination of a standard nuclear pulse engine and a Higgs field distortion drive. That guy almost lost consciousness when the chief was explaining to me. That's the only thing to look up in here. Did any of you... So, speaking of Bebop, though, did any of you watch the show on Mars that was set in the same universe? It was, like, just about some musicians on Mars. And, like... You know, now that I think about it, that show was actually really prescient. Because, like, the show was about, like, two, like, people trying to make it as musicians... and then like trying to beat like an AI powered Carol and Tuesday, yes. It's like they were trying to beat like an AI powered musician in like a song contest or something. It's a perfectly fine show. I wouldn't say it's the best show, but it's perfectly fine. Yeah, it's in the same universe. Yeah. It just takes place exclusively on Mars. All right, since we're at a decent stopping point here, I'm not ending stream, but I think I am going to run an ad. Just go ahead and get that ad out of the way. Yeah, no, it seems pretty. It was a fun time. It was a decent watch. I wouldn't say it's like it's definitely not Cowboy Bebop level. But it's good enough. It was a fun watch. IMO. But yeah, I'm going to take a little break, run a little ad, and I'll be right back. Talk to you in a second.
Frozen in terror, the Earth waits for the battle of the Titans. Gamera versus Monster X. A hideous monster without a name challenges the world, destroying everything in its path. From beneath the crust of the Earth it came, and the battle of the decade would begin. Only Gamera stands between civilization and its gigantic strength. Its paralyzing death rays sweep across the land as the world looks on helplessly. Can Gamera stop its relentless march? Gamera versus Monster X.
Hey everyone, we're talking about Xavier Renegade Angel in chat? That's crazy. How did that come up? I've never actually watched that show. It just looks insane. But I don't... Here's my truth. I gotta speak my truth. I don't really like Adult Swim shows, mostly. I feel like most of them are really bad. I don't really like, most of them are really bad, yeah. I don't like comedy music, and I don't like Adult Swim shows. Comedy is illegal. I mean, when was the last good thing a comedian did, Sarge? Riddle me this. I think comedians have kind of been at the forefront of making our culture a worse place. But like, I don't like 4-Ounce Mouse. I don't like Squidbillies. I don't like Tim and Eric. I really don't like Tim and Eric, dude. I don't smoke weed, so I don't like Tim and Eric. Sorry. I don't like fuck. I'm trying to think of some more. Here's the thing. I do like Rick and Morty. Mostly. Some of the episodes are bad. Some of the episodes are good. It's a mixed bag. I don't like Robot Chicken. I really don't like Robot Chicken. My Time with Superman. Why? That one should not be an Adult Swim show. It was not supposed to be an Adult Swim show. Adult Swim had to save it from the fucking Cartoon Network dumpster fire. Venture Bros is like top tier, one of the best shows ever made, which is insane. Metalocalypse, not a fan. Home Movies, again, one of the best shows ever made. Adult Swim is like, I'm perfectly fine with Adult Swim existing, even though I don't like most of the shows that are on Adult Swim, because when they fucking hit, dude. Like, it is the only place where really interesting adult animated shows are happening. Moral Oral, there's another one, yeah. 12 Ounce Mouse is like insane. Why did that ever become a thing? That's like crazy to me. But yeah, I watched the, I guess the problem is I never watched the Metalocalypse show. I just ended up seeing the movie recently, the recent movie that they made, which theoretically should be like their best foot forward, right? But I just didn't care for it. Most disliked Adult Swim show. I mean, it's probably, God, it's probably 12 Ounce Mouse, right? Like, it's just probably 12 Ounce Mouse. You saw the movie on the show? That's just how it happened, baby. That's what they had on. I don't really like Harvey Birdman. Have you ever seen Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law? Not a good show. But Space Goes Coast to Coast, an all-timer. An all-fucking-timer. China, Illinois. China, Illinois, never really watched that one. So I don't really have a strong opinion on it. I think the animation style is... And hey, you know, if you liked Harvey Birdman, that's perfectly fine. This is my my thoughts. Did you get that thing I said? Oh, fucking, what the fuck is the Gendy Tartakovsky show? Primal? Was it called Primal? That show's fucking fantastic. Primal, yes. God, that show is peak, dude. It's so good. So fucking good. Aqua Teen Hunger Force. Oh man, Aqua Teen Hunger Force is, in my opinion, a show kind of like, and this is going to sound really mean at first, Family Guy, where there are good clips from it that are funny, but as a whole, I don't like the show. Exactly. There are some Aqua Teen Hunger Force bits that are incredible, and then there's the rest of the show. Like I feel like I remember seeing people like clamoring for it to come back, and I'm like, no, it doesn't need to come back. I think we've got all the Aqua Teen Hunger Force we really need. I could see that. The thing about Adult Swim is that, yeah, a lot of the shit happening in there can, because of the alternate art styles they go for, they really can just give you absolute nightmare fuel. God, yeah, no, if Aqua Teen Hunger Force came out in like the 2010s, like early 2010s, maybe late 2000s, it would have gone like crazy on like Icon Has Cheeseburger. God. Yeah. I saw there was a new show by the King of the Hill guy, Judd. I'm blanking on the name. But it's like a more, not like a comedy, it's like a more narrative driven thing. Mike Judge. Mike Judge. And it looks interesting. I would be interested in checking that out. Still calling the Beavis and Butthead guy. That's fair. That's very fair. Oh man, Daria is such a fucking good show. Smiling Friends. Here's where people are gonna get mad at me. I can't stand Smiling Friends, dude. It's not. I don't like it at all. I really don't like it. I'm so sorry. Too Many Cooks is a really good one. I do like that bit. Daria would have gone crazy if it ended with her becoming a lesbian. I think Daria would have been a perfect show if it ended with her becoming a lesbian. Otherwise, it's a decent show. Like it feels weird that it's like the show ends and it just kind of peters out a little bit. It feels like they didn't really know what to do when they started doing these storylines, and they kind of didn't know what to do when they got to a certain point. And it's like, man, just make her a lesbian. And that's like it would be her falling in love with her best friend that's been through all these adventures. Would be and they just had like that cheating like arc where Daria like cheated on, or helped Jane's boyfriend cheat on her, and then he treated her badly. That would have been like a good bonding moment, and then they could have made out. Daria doesn't end, it stops. Yeah, that Common Side Effects, that's the one. Yeah, it looks interesting. It does look interesting. It does also kind of have a little bit of a mushrooms can cure all your diseases, kind of like, that's like the premise of the show, but it's like a special mushroom that's only in the show, so hopefully it's not actually suggesting that LSD could cure your diseases. The faces are weird. Yes, it's an Adult Swim show. What do you want? They're gonna do some weird ass art on it. I approve, because they get some cool shit out of it eventually. Every once in a while. You want to play this video game? Let's go to the bridge. You step from the elevator onto the bridge, and what seems to have been a pretty quiet atmosphere turns totally silent as the two women present, who had previously been observing a screen, turn to face you. Holy shit, dude! You identify the captain almost immediately by your uniform, although you're given pause to wonder if you misjudged as she listlessly straightens up and heads over to you with an air of disinterest. After 2 hours, we make it to the bridge. What do you want from me? Dude, another banger! The other woman shoots you a look, but remains seated at her station, quickly turning away when she realizes you've caught her looking your way. You presume from her position on the bridge she must be a member of the operations like Cassandra. This must be the Vanessa she mentioned. Lieutenant Ian Dempire entering the bridge and reporting for formal assignment. She has Macross vibes. Big Macross vibes, yes. You declare, throwing a sharp salute with Cassandra following suit. Do you even know her? Well, I can get to know her. Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn entering the bridge in accompaniment of Lieutenant Dempire. And you see Macross? Person seeing their first, their second mech thing. It's giving me Macross vibes. I want to watch Witch of Mercury. I should probably watch the rest of Gundam too, but I really want to watch Witch of Mercury. You're taken aback slightly as you realize that you're hardly ever seeing Cassie be serious about anything, even her position. Whenever she's had to talk about her assignments, it's always been dismissive or in a joking way. You're caught so off guard that you almost miss the captain addressing you. Oh, hell yeah. Eddie is Lieutenant Commander. You and Cassie both lower your salutes and loosen your posture slightly. There's a slight pause in which you can tell is the captain sizing you up. This informal assessment lasts a little bit longer than you're comfortable with until the captain releases a heavy sigh. Is she, you know? You know? Macross Plus? Alright. I do love an OVA. I've got to... I want to make a fucking video about OVAs so bad. I fucking love OVAs, dude. They're just so fun. I love the aesthetics of them. They're so cool. God, I love OVAs. Welcome aboard, Lieutenant. I was beginning to get worried that notification we'd had that you'd come aboard had been a system issue. I trust you haven't had too hard a time finding your way to the bridge to introduce yourself. No, ma'am. I was just... What's stopping you? Well, what's stopping me is that I need to do a lot of other shit first. I'll hit you up, Corgi. You glance over to Cassandra, who is maintaining a completely straight face. We could check out anywhere you want before we head up there. Yeah, right. You fix your gaze straight ahead. This wouldn't be the first time that Cassandra's lackadaisical attitudes got you in trouble with higher-ups. I was just familiarizing myself with the ship in case I came up on queries I could field to you. Linear passage of time always gets to me, yeah. Oh, is that so? Well, anything you'd like to ask? Whoa, the little smirk! Look at that! Look at that! No, ma'am. Very good. Well, I'm glad you can make it. Eventually. This mission is an urgent one, which is why we departed as soon as you came aboard without a formal reception. Thinking about it, it was unusual that there hadn't been a formal onboarding process beyond the dock staff checking your ID and guiding you onto the gun dock. You'd not realized in your rush, but now it was obvious. But it did make sense that this was an urgent dispatch. The ship would launch as soon as it was all the crew was aboard. My apologies, ma'am. My transport was running late. Yes, we'd been sent word. That wouldn't have anything to do with you, would it? No, ma'am. There was a breakdown on the... Anyway, Lieutenant, I'd like to take the opportunity to formally welcome you to JFS Gundog. My name is Captain Maris Bartermuse. Bartermuse! I run as tight a ship as you'd expect, and I anticipate you'll carry out your duties to the same standard. Yes, ma'am. From experience, most onboard procedures have involved greetings and speeches from the captain that have ranged from serious to almost ceremonial. In comparison, Captain Bartermuse's introduction is almost lethargic. Is your character a gremlin in World War II sense? You just break things by being near them? Apparently, yeah. Your card, Lieutenant? Yes, ma'am. The item button will activate when you're able to use items that are in your inventory. In some cases, wait, we could do the fucking Ace Attorney thing of presenting our fucking badge to people? Fuck yes, dude. Look at my badge, look at my badge, look at my badge. She inspects it for a moment before taking it to the control panel near the captain's chair. You remain in position, not quite as at ease, but not quite at attention. Person who's played one visual novel, shut up! It's literally the thing where you have a, like, if it had been a normal ass item, that'd be one thing. It's like my fucking ID badge. I love the fact that it's just my ID badge. I just have to present to people. Hey, look, hey, look, hey, look. Of course, it hasn't allowed me to show it to anyone else yet. That's just disappointing. You watch as she enters some commands in the console before entering your card into the slot. There's a sound of a whirring, followed by a series of beats before your card is ejected. Just like, he just puts it in, shreds it, and the captain takes it back. By selecting the function button, you can now access a map of the ship, allowing you to move from one location to another without visiting areas in between. Ooh! If an event happens somewhere on the way, you'll move to that location instead. Interesting. You can also view your current objectives and other important information. To return, select the function button again. Whoa. Map. Task. Collect your duty sidearm. Visit the captain's quarters? Oh. With this, Lieutenant Empire, you now have access to all areas and authorities hitting the ship's security detail. Your responsibilities begin with immediate effect. Thank you, ma'am. You're also now authorized to take an appropriate electroshock weapon from the armory. Ooh, okay. No guns. In the gun dog? No guns in the gun dog? I guess it's a ship, so, you know. If you have any further questions, then you know where to find me. Dismissed. Maybe it's like a taser. Yes, Lieutenant? Captain, when I received my posting to Gundog, I was informed of my role, but I didn't receive the ship's briefing documents. If I may, what's the Gundog's objective? We've been alerted by another Swift-class patrol vessel, the O'Brien, about signals coming from the edge of our territory. The O'Brien is currently on a solo patrol in outer Jovian space, so we've been sent to provide backup or support as necessary. Of course, if something were to attack two Swifts, it's not as if they could put up much of a fight. Really, it's more of a case that we're out there, so if anything does happen, at least one vessel will be able to get away to warn the colony fleet. I see. Oh, did I just say that out loud? Yes, ma'am. Forget what I just said. That's an order. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Lieutenant. How can I be of assistance? Cassie, you're being... Respectfully, Lieutenant of the Empire, I would appreciate if you'd just be as Lieutenant Commander Quinn. Ah, I see. Stupid. Excuse me, Lieutenant. I'm currently on duty, so I'd appreciate if you did not disturb me. Lieutenant Lord... Lieutenant Lord... Oh, shit, yes, she's Vanessa Lord, right. Lieutenant of the Empire is on the ship's head of security. Since I'm here, you can take the time to formally introduce yourself formally. Great, I've got this. See you in 5. So you're the security officer that Cassandra's been going on about. That's right, Lieutenant Ian of the Empire. Pleased to meet you. Well, I'm Vanessa Lord. I serve on the bridge as part of the operations. Cassandra's told me a lot about you. Is that right? What kind of... I'm disappointed that you're nowhere near as attractive as she's made you out to be. Fuck off! I got a pompadour! What more could you want? Oh, is that right? I thought it was too good to be true. Some dashing officer would be transferred here at the last moment. Said we just got another lunk. Holy shit, dude. What did you want from me? Well, how was it you even got transferred here on such short notice? I was looking over your records earlier and you were mid-assignment on the Duke. Why would they transfer you instead of... Oh, hey, look at the time. I think your break's over, Lieutenant Commander Quinn. I think Vanessa needs to get back to her station. Of course. I hope this is sort of the start of a productive working relationship between you two. The hair is more glorious than you can possibly imagine. Exactly. Vanessa, I'll catch up with you later, okay? Okay. With the exception of some physical controls, a ship the size of Gundog can be controlled entirely from the bridge. Navigation, automated combat systems, security measures, you name it. All can be done with a few crew members in this room. Sundere, probably. But we've already got a partner. Unless this is a polyamorous ship here. With the exception of some physical controls, a ship the size of Gundog can be controlled entirely from the bridge. And the way that Cassie acted when we talked to Haru makes me think that this is not a polyamorous ship here. Navigation, automated combat... Wait, this is the same thing. That's the captain's share. Although the majority of the ship can be controlled by the operations staff, there's a few select systems that only the captain can authorize, and they're all done from that chair. You need the captain's clearance at that level to access them, though, so it's not like you just sit down and activate them. Will that come up? Meow 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 meow. Okay, let's Oh, this map is very hard to read. Hell yeah, we love to see a polyamorous ship. Where is the armory? There it is. You swipe your key card through the card reader set in the terminal. Access granted. First thing you notice about the armory is that the benches and lockers remind you of the changing rooms in the training center back at the military academy on Europa's colony. As you walk past them, you take a closer look and realize that they're exactly the same kind of benches used on the larger ships you've been on, stationed on, which had sports facilities and changing rooms on board. Instead of sports clothes and equipment, these lockers are filled with a selection of combat gear, from body armor or electroshock weapons to a variety of small and light weapons. Okay, so I think they're like like phasers, essentially. You know, this is the first time I've ever actually been inside the ship's armory. That's not really surprising, it's only the security detail that would have access. Even in a situation where a ship's expecting to encounter a boarding party, it's security's responsibility to distribute weaponry to the crew in advance. It's to ensure there's no panic or crew doesn't get a hold of a weapon they're not trained to use. Huh. That's a standard regulation. You should know that. Well, all I remember from the firearm training was when I dropped my electroshock weapon and accidentally zapped one of the other girls from operations. Our trainer made me use a hand-cranked battery charge to recharge all the power packs as punishment. Jesus Christ. Yeah, for later we have big guns. That must have taken forever. You bet. But you should have seen my gun show afterwards. Pew pew. Holy shit. Which reminds me, the captain said I was authorized to click my sidearm. I should get it whilst I'm here. Whilst? Welsh-ass game. Just mean about that for no reason. There's no reason to use these now. They're a real pain to put back as well. This is the weapons locker with the electroshock weapons in. I'm authorized to take one small weapon from here as part of my role as a security officer. This one will do. Fuck yeah, what's that? Just my standard issue duty weapon for my role as a security officer. It fires a bar projectile that contains a miniature battery. It's non-lethal, but more than enough to stop someone in their tracks. Okay, so it's more like a taser. I see. This is me. Huh? What? What? Absolutely not. Oh, come on. That's also true, Mad Wobbler. They should have. That was not her problem. That was their problem. Accessing weapon locker sends an automatic alert to the bridge. Even if I wanted to examine the weaponry, I wouldn't want to set off an alarm up there without telling anyone what I was doing. Does she want to be shot? I don't know. I think she wants to shoot. So have you ever got to use any firearms? Why do you ask? Well, I know you're security, but you never tell me anything about anything exciting. I always imagine you facing down bad guys with some scary pistol the size of my forearm saying something cool lines like, how many shots did I fire? I don't know myself, but the question is, do you feel lucky? Bub? It's Punk. It's Punk! You've been watching too many old movies. Not even once? Most of my job has been dealing with crew members who get a bit tetchy after being cooped up on a ship for too long and start fights with each other. Even then, I just tend to break things up and talk them down. Most of the time, no one even ends up in the brig. Gotta have done something more exciting than that. Well, there was one time. I knew you were an exciting action hero. Tell me. So this one time, a pilot found out that someone on the maintenance team had been trying to hit on his girlfriend. He got so mad that he got in his armored frame and used it to corner the guy in the hangar. What the fuck, dude? No way. He was threatening to turn the guy into paste and had made a real mess of some cargo containers. Because the hangars are a low gravity zone, I was able to make a jump from the gangway to the armored frame and then overrode the cockpit access from the outside. The pilot was too focused on this engineer to notice me. Holy shit. Wow, a frame jack. Did you use a cool line with the cockpit open? Pick on someone your own size or something? No way. I put 50,000 volts on the guy's shoulder the second I had a clear shot. Oh, come on. You're no fun. Jesus Christus. Small arms and light weapons are only for use against external hostile force. Even their stopping power is relatively low because of the dangers of using light rounds on the ship. Okay, so yeah. There's that concern out of the way. Well, I've got that now. So now I need to visit the captain's quarters, apparently? For some reason? Meow, 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 meow. Oh. I didn't mean to move here exactly, but that's okay. Captain's quarters. Yeah, that's basically what it looks like to me in there, Mad Wobbler. Captain's quarters sit at the end of the corridor, differentiated from the other doors in the corridor by the small insignia that sits above the nameplate. Like the others in the corridor, it displays the occupant's name, in this case, Captain Maris Bartermuse. Even in your role as security officer, there are a few rooms on the ship you don't have access to. The captain's quarters is one of them. There's nothing for you here right now, so you turn back. With the Cassandra leading the way, the two of you leave the captain's quarters behind you and step into crew quarters quarter 2. Cassandra pauses for a moment, looking left and right before turning back to you to face you with a smile on her face. Oh, that's because I had it was the last place I needed to look at to complete the tour. Is meowing along the music something you do normally? Yes. Is there something wrong with that? Is this a problem? Well, that's it, Ian. Consider yourself officially acquainted with all there is to be acquainted with on board the one and only JFS Gundog. I still love that name. It's the Gundog. I hope you enjoyed the tour. I did. It's probably up there in my top 5 ship orientations. Top 5? Okay, you're right. Top 3. What? Maybe a triple shift to start your time aboard the Gundog is more to your taste. Well, that did happen to be aboard the Thunderbolt. So if that didn't happen, I guess it'd definitely be my favorite orientation ever. What a coincidence! It looks like your schedule's clear until tomorrow morning. Whoa, in that case, 5 stars, great tour, especially the guide. Okay, one thing I really love about this, like, this is such a Gynax thing to do. You see this in, Gunbuster. This little line right here on the face, I just love that. So now that the tour's over, your duties don't formally begin until tomorrow. If you want, we can take another look around anywhere in the ship, or if you want to call it a day, that's cool too. I think I'll keep looking around. I think I'll take another look around. Because that's so I'm completely up to speed on everything there's to know about the ship before I start my duties. Roger that, Lieutenant, let's go. When you decide that you've got everything figured out, it's probably best to head back to your quarters. You got a big day ahead of you. Alright, let's get in these quarters. Come on. Okay, no, there's nothing new here. Oh, that's true. I can go check on Haru's room, but I probably should do that when Cassandra's not here. It was this one, right? Haru's room. They've definitely heard what Hansen has to say about me. Probably best I don't run into them too often. Really? Okay. Alright, well then. Now that the tour's over, your duties don't formally begin until tomorrow. If you... okay. Call it a day. I think that's enough for now. I should probably go over the mission logs before tomorrow and get an early night. I know the captain seems pretty relaxed, but I don't want to make a habit of late starts. So responsible. I've got a late shift tonight, so maybe I get a nap in too. Okay, I'll see you soon then. Well, look who it is, the Calic Coward. No! You don't even need to look beyond Cassandra to know who's standing at the entrance of the corridor. Although you'd recognize the mocking tone anywhere, the real giveaway is a nickname, one you thought you'd escaped a long time ago. Fuck, dude. Look at this guy. I can't wait to kill him. Hansen Cruis, or as you knew him, Calic 3. Aren't you supposed to be dead? Of the members of the Calic squadron who'd taken part in the battle, he'd been the only one to return. Even then, that had only been after the ceasefire had been signed, a full 13 hours after he'd launched. Oh my god, that was during the ceasefire? Fuck, that battle happened during the ceasefire? or the ceasefire happened like immediately afterwards, I guess? Holy shit. From what you'd heard, the other crew members, he'd survived by playing a game of cat and mouse with the enemy forces in a debris field. By shutting down the majority of his systems and hiding amongst the wreckage, he'd been able to launch surprise attacks, taking down his pursuers one by one. When he came back to Calic and saw your armored frame still suspended from its restraints, he had instantly blamed you for the squad being wiped out. Yeah, man, one extra guy would have done it. If you'd taken off when you were supposed to, he argued, the squad would have been at full strength enough to survive the surprise attack. No amount of technical data or arguing that it had been physically impossible for you to launch would change his mind. The destruction of the Calic squadron was on your hands. The worst bit was that you weren't entirely sure he was wrong. Well, I am. I actually am sure. What's up, Lieutenant Ian? You're not thinking of finishing your first day without meeting an old friend, right? Fuck. When Haru came and told me that some lieutenant called Ian Thempire, that our new security officer, I had to come and take a look. No way could it be that wimp from back on Calic. They'd had to have a dishonorably discharged for dereliction of duty. Too many D's, dude. Why are you being alliterative like that? But I guess the JCF is so desperate that they'll hang on to anybody, no matter how much of a screw-up they are. How'd you end up here, Ian, the Empire? They decided you couldn't handle a full-size ship, so I had to put you on the smallest crew they could find? I mean, like, you're here, so... You instinctively make your hands into fists, but unclench them quickly before Hansen notices. You haven't been stationed on the same ship as him since Calic, but you'd run into him a few times on board the colonies while you were both on shore leave. Each time had ended badly. I mean, like, that seems reasonable. You almost lash out at Hansen, but stop yourself before you do. The two of you are on a ship together, whether you like it or not, and the last thing you want to do is let him know you can get a rise out of you so easily. You fight the urge to just dry your electroshock weapon here and now. It'd be easy to put an end to this that way, you think, but in the long term, you'd probably be the worst decision you could make. Instead, you grit your teeth. Stand down, Ensign. That kind of behavior's out of line. Oh no, what are you gonna do, Lieutenant? Confine me to quarters? On what grounds? Hurting your feelings? Give me a break. Where was this spine 4 years ago, huh? You're happy to throw your weight around against your comrades, but not the enemy? See what I was saying, Haru? The lieutenant here is a coward that's been since day one. Won't fight, won't even stand up for themselves. What are you talking about, dude? I told you to stop. Ensign Chris, you stop this right away, right now. Lieutenant the Empire is... Can't stand up for yourself, got this ditch doing it for you, is it, Lieutenant? Great. Chris, you stop this right now and apologize, or I'll order Lieutenant the Empire to throw you in a solitary and write you up myself. How much of a fuck up is this guy? He's been 3 years and is still an ensign? Right? You're welcome to try, Lieutenant Commander, but I don't think your security officers got it in them to even try. You think you can take me on, the Empire? You step up to Hansen and place your hands on your hips, squaring directly at him. You look into his eyes and wait for him to blink. A few tense seconds pass, but eventually he blinks first. You hold on to a sigh of relief for now. Ensign Cruz, that's a request from a senior officer. I suggest you don't force the Lieutenant Commander to make it an order. You're so close that you can feel Hansen's hot breath on your face as he exhales through his nose and smirks. Why is that? Worried about what you might have to do when I disobey it? Come on then, Lieutenant. What's it going to be? You going to show me who's boss on board the ship? You going to make me obey that order? You want to think long and hard about what you're going to do, Lieutenant. Never know when you're going to need a friend like me. I mean, we're all crewmates here, right? I'm not heartless. I'll even help losers like you out if you've done me a solid or two. So maybe you should act like a professional for once. Or are you going to do something stupid and show the Lieutenant Commander that you're just as much of a screw-up as she is? Jesus Christ. Item is available, yeah. Take a deep breath and... What is the difference between these two? What is effectively the difference between these two? What does this mean? Oh, I haven't saved this entire time. That would be disastrous. With Hansen's breath hot in your face, you do everything you can to not bat an eye at that last comment, but despite your best efforts, your hands are clenching the fist. As much as you'd like to put 50,000 volts through him for insubordination, insulting a senior officer, you know that'll be letting him win. Instead, you glare into the ensign's eyes for a few more seconds. You almost feel Hansen's hatred for you radiating from him like an aura that takes all the bravado you can muster not to step down. Two of you stand like this for longer than you like until... Would you two knock it off already? Yeah, I think so, Corgi. Huh? I'm on duty this evening. I don't want to have to update the captain with both our new security officer and lead pilot are in the sick bay. All because their egos are too big to be on the same ship together. So both of you stand down. That's an order. Both you and Hansen are taken aback for a moment, like two school children who'd been caught in a playground squabble. You turn from Cassie to Hansen and back, trying to come up with something to say. Similarly, Hansen's air of machismo has been dented by the surprise outburst. No, I don't want to hear from either of you. You're both in the JCF, so maybe you should start acting like it. Ensign Cruz, I want you to report to the chief at 0400 you're helping her clean out the organic processing filters. As for you, Lieutenant Empire, we'll discuss this later. Hey, what? You can't... Ensign, piss off. That's an order. For the first time since you met him, Hansen looks lost for words. He stands there for a moment, mouth agape. Yeah, Lieutenant Commander, I hear you loud and clear. Hansen thrusts both his hand into his jacket pockets, turning it on his heel and heading away towards the thoroughfare. He cocks his head, gesturing to Haru to follow him as he leaves. Before the pair are fully out of sight, he turns back to face the two of you. Oh boy. Good thing someone on this crew is able to keep everyone in line. Doesn't seem like our security officer's up to the task. This parting shot fired both... I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? Both Haru and Hansen disappear around the corner. You and Cassie stand there watching the space where they'd been. Cassie crosses her arm and she taps her foot furiously. What an absolute dick. I told you, he's a real... And you, what was that performance all about? I've told you about him. He doesn't back down. You've got to... I know, but you can't let him get you like that. I didn't do anything! Otherwise, he'll keep coming after time until one of you does something they regret. You pause for a moment and feel your cheeks grow flush. Suddenly filled with a sense of shame for being caught acting so childishly. Hey, don't worry about it. I know what the two of you have been through, and to be honest, I figured he was a real asshole from the moment I met him. Plus, he's going to be busy helping the chief clean out those filters for the next month, so don't worry too much about running into him for anytime soon. Still feeling a bit sheepish about your behavior in front of Cassie, you manage to smirk. Thanks for stepping in there. I shouldn't have stooped to this level. Don't worry about it. Just take it easy. Don't let what he said get to you. I'm going to get ready for my shift, so I'll see you soon. Sure, I guess I'll catch you in the morning. Sounds good. Oh, one more thing. What's that? Cassie steps forward, places her hands on your waist, and stands on her tiptoes, raising her face up to yours. You close your eyes and tilt your head slightly in response. Yeah, with this pixel art there, I think that confirms that all of them have the pompadour mullet, which is awesome. I love it. At the moment that her lips meet yours, you forget everything that just happened. All you can focus on is the softest and delicate warmth. After a moment, Cassie moves slowly back and you open your eyes to find her gazing at you contentedly. You both share the same gentle smile before she steps away. Sleep well, Ian. As Cassie walks away, she spins on her heels, giving you a quick wave, and then turns back, heading further down the corridor. As you step to your quarters and head over to your bunk, the door hisses shut behind you. Here's the style at the time. Yeah, the time of 2:15, I think is what the year is. You stand there for a moment with the smile still on your face before you let us sigh and sit down. Staring at nothing in particular, you mull over the day's events and Cassie's words from earlier. Big day ahead tomorrow, huh? You also have an onion on the hip? Yeah. I got an onion where my hip be at. You sigh. We'll see. April 23rd, my birthday. Planetary calendar 214. Okay, we're stretching again. 4 days have passed since the JFS Gundog departed on its mission to rendezvous with the JFS O'Brien. In that time, her crew, including Lieutenant Ian Empire, have fallen into an easy rhythm of life aboard the ship. Even as the Gundog enters the outer limits of Jovian space and is due to meet the O'Brien, there is little for the crew to do, and a general sense of routine permeates the atmosphere. Outer Jovian space, aboard the Jovian patrol ship, JFS Gundog. Arr, arr, arr. You're just finishing the last of your coffee as a shrill, okay, getting a little bit of frame drops, I guess. Shrill series of electronic pips begin sounding from your wristwatch. Without looking to check the time, you turn off the alarm and rise from your seat, knocking back the latch to your drink once you've stood up, and then taking the empty cup back to the food venter. Are you having trouble watching, or is there just like, I think it was just a little bit of an issue with the stream. But have a nice night either way if you did just go off. It's easy to lose track of time on board of a military ship where the light is kept at a constant level, so you rely on the series of alarms you've programmed. You know what this means your shift is due to start in a few minutes, giving you time to finish whatever you may be doing. You place the cup back into the vendor, where the machine latches onto it and then retreats into a space that is quickly sealed by a sliding panel. Nah, that's fair, Sarge. Yeah, we had a little bit of a hiccup there. That just happens sometimes. Oh, it looks like it's having a little bit more of a hiccup. Okay, well, not much I can do about it. Yeah, have a nice night, Sarge. Time to carry out the day's security checks then. Let's see, I need to stop by fire control, the hangar, and engineering to check that everything's going as it should. Yeah, I know Haru already went to bed. Let's see here. Hangar. Alright, the hangar. Let's see. Although you take the first few stairs normally, by the time you reach the hangar entrance, you're skipping almost every step. Gliding through the door onto the catwalk, you grab the railing and heave yourself over it. As you continue to float lazily through the wide open space of the hangar, you start your visual checks. Walkways clear, access point marked, munitions stowed, all the equipment and supplies seem to be where they should be. You casually shift your weight to one side of your body, causing you to begin spinning slowly. As you rotate, the glare from the hangar lights reflects on the armored frame's camera lens, almost as if it was watching you. Oh. That's fair. That's fair, Corgi. She didn't. But, you know, that's fine. Quickly dismissing the thought, you turn your attention back to your duties. Eventually you arrive to the other end of the hangar where you plant your feet on the thick steel of the main door. From this angle, you can take in everything you may have missed, including Dalton, who you can see in amongst the storage pods, his attention fixed intently on a collection of parts in front of him. Cadet Dalton, attention! The junior engineer suddenly snaps to attention the second he hears your call, inadvertently launching a pair of pliers he was holding out into the open space of the hangar. Without gravity to stop them, they continue to sail through the air. At ease, Cadet. You time your launch from the door exactly to allow yourself to grab the pliers as you float over to the startled cadet. That's fair. That's very fair, Corgi. I believe these are yours, Cadet. Lieutenant, thank you. I didn't realize you were... Relax, Dalton. I'm just doing my rounds. I'm not here to check up on you. Oh, very fair. Very fair. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. Is there anything I can help you with? Just the usual. Everything okay in here? You haven't noticed any mechanical failures? Everything working out it should? Any suspicious activity? Nothing to report, Lieutenant. I've just been working on my project. Ever since Lieutenant Commander Quinn assigned Ensign Cruis to filter cleaning, it gave me an extra bit of time to finish things up. Oh yeah? That's your high-density foam that sets rock hard, right? How's that going? That's right. It's good. It's good. I'm hoping to get the chance to test it soon. These containers are full of the compound. I'm just about to try transferring it to some empty training rounds, you know? The ones normally filled with paint. The ones that the armor frame pilots use to end practice combat to show when they've hit each other. Mm-hmm. The compound is stored under pressure where it remains a liquid. When removed from that pressure, it expands quickly with the rapid expansion it sets. If I've got this right, then we can test it by firing the practice rounds at dummy targets. When the casing is destroyed, the compound should activate. Good news. If there's nothing I need to know, I'll head out. Let me know if you see anything out of place. Yes, Lieutenant, I will. Although, I was wondering... What's up, Cadet? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. If you're sure, Cadet. Tell me, Dalton. What were you... Ah! Slow down, Cadet. It's me. Oh, sorry, Lieutenant. I didn't realize you're still here. Don't worry about it. You got something on your mind. What are you going to ask? Oh, it's nothing, Lieutenant. Don't worry about me. Come on, Dalton. It's not like I'm rushed off at my feet during the security rounds. What's up? Well, if you're sure. Huh? The chief sent on a message he wants me to head over to engineering to carry out a job, but I'm right at a critical part of the process to decant the compound into training rounds. If I stop now, I'll have to stow all my equipment. I'll be late anyway, and then I won't have any time, and then it'll be... Okay, slow down. What do you need me to do? Oh, sorry. I just need a bit more time. Chief's got something they want me to do, but if I stop now, I don't know when I'll get another chance. Is there any way you could cover for me? Help! Help Dalton! Say no more. I'll take care of it. Are you sure, Lieutenant? Don't even worry about it. If it's something I can help with, I'll lend a hand. If I can't, well, I'll cover for you. Don't sweat it. Thank you, Lieutenant. With the extra time, I should be able to get these rounds ready for testing before the next AF drill. Thank you. Chief is they them too? Awesome. That's so cool. No problem. Now get back to it. If the chief thinks you slacked off for nothing, you'll know about it. Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll get right on it. I think the chief is she, they? Because I think we've referred to her as she as well. I could be wrong on that though. I could be wrong on that. I could, but unfortunately they didn't allow us that kind of discretion on our pronouns, but I understand why not. Like, that's complicated. Lieutenant Ian's Empire entering main engineering. You declare that the cavernous expanse of machinery and access ways that make up the engineering section. You've been instructed to announce your arrival by the chief, and since the last time she nearly dropped a filtration unit on you to prove a point, you made sure not to forget. Exactly, Wobbler. Access way is clear, no visible detritus, nothing seems to be malfunctioning. Stop midway through visual checks. And no one's throwing heavy machinery off the higher levels to teach you a lesson in proper conduct. Doesn't take you long for you to finish your daily checklist. Chief runs such a tight ship you don't really expect anything less. Now you think about it though, she hasn't given you your daily grilling about how insulting it is you think these daily checks are necessary in the first place. Chief, you here? Up here, Lieutenant. Chief, are you around? Damn it, Lieutenant, I'm up here. That's weird. It's not like the chief not to be at her assigned duty station. I'll have to tell the captain. Damn it, Lieutenant, I'm up here. Look up, you idiot. Looking up, you see the chief engineer leaning dangerously across the safety railing of a walkway a few levels above you. Behind her is a massive cabling that's pouring out of one open panel above her. Yeah, so there's like a she, her. There's definitely a her pronoun to the chief. I think the chief might be she, they, maybe? I don't know. Good morning yourself. I've been calling back to you this whole time. You forget to clean out your ears or something? Sorry, Chief, it's pretty loud in here. Nothing in here is running above a safe decibel limit, and if you tell me otherwise, I'll come down there and recalibrate your ears. You quickly mentally calculate the time it would take for her to get down for where you are, the time you need to get out of engineering. Although you fancy your chances, you wouldn't bet money or your ears on it. Must be then. Anyways, I'm just filling out daily report, Chief. What's going on up there? Ugh. One of those clowns at the colony dock who put part of the maintenance process must have done something stupid to the long-range communication system. For the past 12 hours, we've been picking up huge amounts of feedback. Must have made a bad connection, but I can't find it in all this shoddy wiring. Are you sure there's nothing out here that could be sending a signal? A broadcast from the O'Brien, one of our reconnaissance satellites? No chance. This feedback is way too intense. Even a standard broadcast couldn't produce this much noise. Unless maybe they calibrated the long-range system on the shortwave bands. In that case, the sensitivity would be off, so it would. Chief? Huh? Oh yeah, like I was saying, there's nothing around here that should be kicking out a signal with that kind of capacity. It's like it's picking up something that's an amplitude and frequency 10 times higher than our standard equipment. Uh-huh. Which could be the result of a processor loop. Maybe I should check out the initial conversion driver next. Okay, well in that case, Chief, I'm going to let the captain know, okay? Huh? I'll put that in my report for the captain, alright? Oh yeah, sure. I was going to let her know when I fixed it, but these adults have been done a real number on this, so it's going to be longer than I thought. Alright, thanks for the heads up. But also, don't you need help with something? Oh, Chief, one more thing. Are the issues with the long-range communication system going to interfere with the standard maintenance? Do I need to follow up with operations to get you some support? Depends how badly those idiots back on Europa have fouled things up. Normally, something like this should be a quick wiring fix, but I can't trace back the fault. Ugh. The radar is jammed. Jam! Oh my god, they put jelly all over our satellites. Well, maybe the problem isn't the wiring around the receiver. They could have crossed wires on the broadcast hardware. Yes or no, Chief? Oh no. Today's scheduled maintenance is pretty light, so Dalton should be able to take care of it. He's not scheduled to report to me until later, though. When you go to hangar, could you tell him the Packwood's project get over here on the double, you hear? Actually, Chief, now that you mention it, Dalton said he's a little busy with his project at the moment and that stopping would throw a whole thing off. So I said I'd cover for them some of the maintenance tasks. Oh, he did, huh? Yes, Chief? And you said you'd cover? Yes, Chief, that's right. Raspberry. As the silence between you and the Chief drags on, you begin to regret offering to do Dalton the favor. Now you think about it, what exactly do you know about maintenance? Not only is the Chief going to give Dalton grief for passing off his workload, you're going to get it in the neck for... Well, if he says it's an important stage of the work, I'm not going to drag him away. Kid's been slaving over that project night and day. Got to admire his love for the craft. Hell yeah, dude! Tough but fair. You let yourself relax. Thankfully, it looks like the Chief's got something off the soft side after all. I'll be able to pick things up here, but I've got one of his jobs that you can do for me. What do you need? The Chief turns away from you and squats down, rummaging through a tool pack for something. The batteries in the emergency spacesuit radio packs and the airlock are due for replacement. Take these and switch them out for the old ones, okay? Oh yeah, that's easy. I can do that. She casually tosses 2 battery packs towards you and you just about catch, surprised by their heft. Roger that, Chief. Once you've got the old ones, bring them back here and plug them into the power distribution module. After that, you're free to go. Swap out the batteries in the emergency spacesuits and the airlock, then bring the old ones back here to recharge. Simple. Simple as... Map. Where's the airlock? Okay, apparently that's not what I do. Alright, let's see. The Chief said it was the batteries on the suit radios that need to be changed. Firmly grabbing the locking mechanism handle on the suit's container, you twist it 90 degrees clockwise and then pull. The door offers more resistance than you'd expect, but once fully open, it remains in place. Reaching inside the containers, you pulled your left hand against... God, it's really detailed. Left hand, I didn't need to know that. Rigid breast panel and grabbed a large black block of plastic that protrudes from the panel's left side. With a tug, the block pulls away, trailing a curling cable that keeps it connected to the suit. As you pull it away from the suit, you flip the radio over to examine it. The bottom half of the device consists of a pistol grip with a secondary microphone and speaker which allows it to be used separately from the suit, and your thumb rests comfortably on the push-to-talk button. The top half of the unit's underside has a backlit LCD screen. Oh man, LCD! Showing the current frequency it's tuned to and battery level. Below the screen sits a few ambiguous buttons, and to its side is a dial for tuning and power switch. Whilst this unit holds the main workings of the radio's receiver and the transceiver, the wire that still anchors it to the suit connects it to the small microphone and speaker inside the helmet. Flipping the whole unit around to look at its underside, you'll see a small latch set in the recess which allows you to pull down on your thumb, releasing the cover and letting the old battery slide into your palm. I'm going to know exactly how to replace these goddamn batteries myself after we read all this dialogue. Old battery out. You murmur to yourself as you take it in your spare hand before sliding it in the opposite pack from the fresh batteries. Alright, got the depleted batteries. And now to put in the new batteries. Oh, now I get to do this. I can just put the old batteries back in. New battery in. With the battery replaced, you reattach the compartment cover, which snaps back into place. Once you set the radio onto the mount on the suit's breast panel, you step back, close the suit's container door, and twist the locking mechanism 90 degrees counterclockwise. Don't you forget it! With one down, you move to the other storage unit and repeat the process of unlocking the container, taking the suit's radio, swapping out the batteries, and replacing everything you found it. Ah! Great, all done. Let's go get these back in charging and engineering. Yeah, sure. Hey, Chief, we're going to start playing with the calibrations to ensure breathable air. It's this one, right? Here we go. Take each battery you remove from the suit's radio and place them in the charging ports on the side of the power distribution module. They slide in and lock in place with a satisfying clunk, and a red light right above the ports lights up with an amber glow. Great. Job well done. Yeah, we helped Dalton. We got an achievement called Extra Credit. Love it. Let's see. What do I need to do now? Visit Fire Control. That's the last place. Oh, we had to talk to Dalton and tell him we did the thing. So he's all clear. Where the fuck is Hangar? There it is. This map is very unhelpful. As you re-enter the hangar and pause for a moment by the railings, you see Dalton in the center of the area next to a wide open container. The container itself is crammed full of interconnecting pipes, tanks, and various other bits and pieces of inscrutable technology. You watch as he adjusts some valves and then takes a cylindrical object the size of a thermos from a recess in the device. As he holds it up to the light, you catch his eye and he excitedly turns to face you, immediately launching himself at you. Lieutenant, great timing, look at this! Whoa, slow down there, cadet. You grab a hold of him by his sleeve and stop him from sailing past you into the wall by the entrance. Bracing yourself on the railing, you counteract his momentum and bring him down to the catwalk. Good news? Great news. Check this out. Dalton proudly presents the object he's been inspecting earlier. Although at first glance it looks like a standard 40mm round from one of the Juno's machine guns, the plastic casing gives away as a training round that can be typically filled with paint. This feels a lot heavier than normal though, suggesting different contents. Oh hey, good job, you did it, huh? That's right, I got the pressure right and figured out the volume and sealant for each round. I even managed to get the training rounds to seal properly afterwards, so there's no risk of spillage. A round like this should be able to immobilize any joint in the armored frame with ease. That's great to hear, Cadet. Well done. Thank you, Lieutenant. Couldn't have gotten it done so quickly without your help. Oh, was everything okay with the Chief? Did she mind? What did she ask you to do? Nothing major, just had to swap some batteries out of an emergency spacesuit. Even a security officer like me can handle that. That's all? That's all. She genuinely seemed like she thought it would be best to carry on with your project. That doesn't sound like the Chief. Hey, come on. I'm sure she can be alright sometimes. I'm sure she was going to lie on us because she knew you were doing something that was important. Or you should just save me all my jobs for today, for tomorrow's shift, and they still want me to work double time. Easy there, Cadet. I don't think she's that bad. Maybe. Don't sweat it, Dalton. It'll be fine. You did well today anyway. Now finish up producing all the rounds you'll need for testing and get this hangar ship shape. You know the Chief likes it clear. Yes, yes, Lieutenant. Alright, well I should go and get my report. Take it easy, Cadet. Yes, Lieutenant. Oh, Lieutenant. Cadet. Thanks again. I don't know when I have a proper chance to do this without your help. Anytime, Cadet. All right. It's probably about ads time. I do want to go a little further, so we'll keep going from here. But let's go BRB.
Freeze fire! I gotta see that picture.
Mightiest of them all, Godzilla, King of the Monsters.
More fantastic than any story by Jules Verne.
Gigantic in spectacle, a thrilling picture for the whole family, kids and grown-ups alike.
See death-defying underwater photography.
See scientific miracles wrought before your very eyes.
Awesome.
Incredible.
Unbelievable.
A monster that wipes out a city with its flaming breath.
Can modern science destroy this creature?
For the answer, see Godzilla, King of the Monsters.
Fantastic beyond comprehension.
Gripping beyond compare.
Astounding beyond belief.
See Godzilla, King of the Monsters.
Welcome back. Here we are again. All right, so now we just need to go to fire control. Still feel a little bit awkward checking on the fire control as part of a security report. Although Dylan's always friendly enough, you can't help but you feel like you're intruding on his personal sanctuary. It doesn't help that his headphones are so big that short of shaking him it's hard to get his attention. Well, here we go. Morning, Lieutenant. How's it going? Whoa. Oh, hey, Dylan. Everything all right? Thought you'd be listening to your music. You're a pretty punctual person, Lieutenant. So far, you've come by the exact same time every shift. All I had to do was find which albums would last until just before you got here, and now I don't need to get interrupted mid-jam. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. That's pretty impressive. Aren't you going to get bored listening to the same albums every morning, though? Nah, don't worry about it. I figured out about 15 different album combinations, and that's not including changing the order of play, so I'm good for this mission. Holy shit. Speaking of the mission, you know the drill. Anything unusual? Nothing at all, Lieutenant. Not even a scrap of debris. I've been keeping an eye on the long-range targeting systems too, and we've had a blip, but the energy readings match the O'Brien, which makes sense. Yeah, I thought so. We're so deep in Jupiter's backyard that I don't think we'll be seeing anything at all aside from the O'Brien. Pausing for a moment, you idly shift your focus from one screen to another. A flicker on one screen catches your attention. What was that? Lieutenant? The screen here just flickered. What did the reading say? Oh, that's a long-range targeting system. It's fed with data from the long-range communication system, which has been on the fritz recently. Chief's been working on it, trying to figure out where all the feedback's coming from. Uh-oh. Huh. Chief mentioned she was having issues. I didn't know it impacted targeting. That's the kind of thing you should be filling me in on, Gunner D's. If our targeting systems aren't operating properly, then I need to make sure the captain knows. My bad, Lieutenant. Since Chief said she was on the case, I figured it was all in hand. Well, let me know next time. That's it, though? Nothing else? Nothing at all. Alright, keep it up, Gunner D's. That's a fucking ship and it's jamming us. Yes, Lieutenant. Hold up. Did all my tasks? Deliver report to Captain. Okay. So we just need to go to bridge, I imagine. I've completed the security report for today. Should I go up and give it to the captain, or should I take a look around in case I miss anything? Oh, I could just, like, go around and talk to people, probably. Ah, Lieutenant Dempire, can I help you? No, thank you, Doctor. I'm just stopping by. For what purpose? If I can't help you, then I would have to assume you're here for some other alternative purpose. Do you intend to make small talk? No, I didn't really come here to pick up more nutritional shakes for Miss Quinn. No. On the captain's orders? No, look, as part of your routine checks? Yes, just doing the routine checks. Checking on you. Everything okay here, Doctor? Yes. Don't let me keep you, Lieutenant. You're clearly very busy. Great, thanks. I'll just be carrying on with my rounds then. Alright, that's all the routine checks carried out. Time to report to the captain. He's such a little freak. I love him. Let's see. Caesar Pascal was our anniversary, which is the 2nd of November, so 0211. Surprise! You announced to an empty room. Huh, I didn't think Cassie was on duty right now. Check out the mess hall too. Why not? Okay, looks like nothing's going on here. I think we're ready to go up to the bridge. Alright then, no sense in delaying seeing Captain Bartermuse. Lieutenant Ian Dempire entering the bridge, you declare, stepping from the elevator and throwing a salute. Looking around the room, you see Vanessa, who remains focused at her station, not paying you the slightest bit of attention, and Cassie, who stands from her station and comes over to you, a wide smile on her face. As you remain at attention, you notice that the captain's chair is empty. At ease, Lieutenant. Captain Bartermuse isn't with us, so I'm in charge of you today. Where is she, then? A small tut comes from Vanessa. If Cassie heard it, she doesn't show it. Wow. The tut... it was in the audio there. That's crazy. Have a nice night, Corgi. Oh, is that right? I've come to make my report. That's right. Dr. Rosarium advised me that she'd suddenly taken ill. She? Dr. Rosarium? Oh wait, the captain took ill. Vanessa makes another louder tutting noise. Cassie pauses for a split second, but quickly carries on. So he's ordered her to her quarters for some bed rest. We're due to enter communications range with the O'Brien any moment now, and there's just a matter of coordinating our patrol pass. Nothing I can't handle. Ahem. Right. The security report, Lieutenant? Oh yeah, of course. You clear your throat, feeling a bit awkward. Although you've been on the ship together for the past few days, you've mainly seen each other between shifts, where rank didn't really mean much. Cassie acting seriously didn't seem like Cassie at all. Security court report for April 23rd, PC at 2:14. No breaches or hazards to report, ma'am. No sign of immediate threats or security risks to the ship herself, and all shipboard operations proceeding as expected with little likelihood of disruption. Nothing? Well, the chief has run into some feedback issues on the long-range communication system, which is impacting the visuals on long-range targeting systems. Doesn't seem to be enough to stop normal operations, though, and they're in the process of isolating the problem area to start repairs. Cadet Grange has also completed the system to load the high-density foam he's developing into training rounds for the Juno's weapons. Yeah, the O'Brien contact is going to go fine, very smooth, no problems. It's a slice-of-life game, there's no issues at all. He's scheduled to have produced enough rounds for tests in time for the next training exercises. Oh, that's great. Good for him. But that's about it. Business as usual. Here's my written report. You reach into your jacket pocket and take a hold of a written copy of your morning report, as well as a completed checklist, which you can then pass to Cassie. Once in her hand, she flicks through them casually, giving it a quick once-over. Thank you, Lieutenant. I'll get these logged. Feel free to return to your standard duties. Yes, ma'am. As Cassie turns away with the documents in hand, she glances across to a displayed screen showing the time. Vanessa, have we heard anything from the O'Brien? We're beyond the scheduled meetup window. Are we picking them up on sensors? There's nothing on sensors, Lieutenant Commander. Not that this interference is making things easy. I'll try scanning on a different frequency bands in case O'Brien is having the same issue. Uh-oh! Oh! Vanessa begins to flip switches and twist dials, filling a slice of life on a military spaceship is literally the plot of Star Trek. To an extent. It's more Monster of the Week, but, like, still. Monster of the Week and Slice of the Life are, like, two sides of the same coin. Filling the flip switches and twist dials, filling the quietness of the bridge with a series of noises that range from annoying buzzes to painfully shrill screeches. After a few moments, the communication window on the main screen illuminates and a slightly distorted voice speaks. O'Brien, do you read? We're at the rendezvous area and have a mission update. Please acknowledge. I repeat, this is Lieutenant Bashir. Bashir? Of the JFS O'Brien. JFS Gundog, do you read? We're at the rendezvous area and have a mission update. Please acknowledge. With Lieutenant Bashir from the O'Brien relatively clear on the communication window, Cassandra hastily grabs the microphone. We forgot to change the clocks, yeah. Roger that, JFS O'Brien. This is Lieutenant Commander Quinn from JFS Gundog. We're picking up your signal and arrived at the rendezvous area. Please transmit your precise coordinates, over. We read you. That's a sweet voice you got there, Gundog. Fuck off. Get away from my lady. I'm transmitting coordinates and mission update files now. It's good to finally... Huh? Lieutenant Bashir, do you read? Vanessa, are you still getting signal from the... The comms are being overloaded. There's a powerful signal coming from in on all bands and it's... Yeah! What the hell just happened? Did it turn off the power? Is everyone okay? Commander Quinn? Commander Quinn? Cassie? What the fuck? They're gonna scanners my girlfriend? You can't scanners my girlfriend? Yeah, Bashir and O'Brien are both names of characters on Deep Space Nine. That's funny. That's really funny. I was like, the Bashir is what made me catch it. It was like... Even before your eyes adjust to the minimal lighting of the bridge, you kneel down and reach out in the darkness, trying to find where Cassie had collapsed on the desk. You search blindly for a few seconds until your hand meets her shoulder and you move towards her. Cassie! Hey, Cassie, say something, Cassie! Hang in there, Cassie. Lieutenant Lord, call sickbay and get the doctor up here right now. I can't. Why not? The ship's entire system has been knocked offline. Even the emergency backup system, it's all offline. We don't have time for this. Get it back online. You rise quickly and dash over to the elevator, slamming your hand on the call button. I'm going to take Cassie down to the sick bay. You can... Aside from your voice, the whole room remains totally silent. Most conspicuously absent, though, is the whirring of the elevator that would take you directly to the sick bay. You rapidly press the call button in frustration. Uh-oh. Idiot, what part of offline do you not understand? Quinn's not going anywhere until at least the backup systems are online, but that can't be done from the bridge. What do you mean? How do we get them back online? It's an emergency failsafe. If there's a critical failure with the central computer, it can't function properly, then the entire ship will be shut down. Then it enters a lockdown mode until it can be rebooted. All areas are sealed in case a shutdown is the result of an enemy action. The main computer engineering needs to be physically rebooted to restore any sort of access. Of course, since this is a security system, you should know all about this. You grit your teeth to stop yourself snapping back at Vanessa. In the heat of the moment, all thought of process and procedure had left you completely. All you even think about was getting Cassie to sickbay. Placing your head in your hands, you pinch the bridge of your nose and try to focus. That's right. But isn't the order to reboot the central computer given from the bridge in that situation? Why'd you say we can't? 2 reasons. First of all, this lockdown shouldn't affect backup systems. But for some reason, everything seems like it's offline, which means there's no internal communication system right now. Secondly, even if we did have the internal communication system access to the central computer, the access to the central computer requires input codes which are only known by the captain. Or in the event that the captain is incapacitated, the second in command. That seems pretty stupid, actually. What the fuck? Why would you only have 2 people on your ship who can access this shit? Vanessa turns to look at Cassandra, who shifts slightly. As she continues to talk, you head back to Cassie, kneeling her beside her and placing her in a recovery position. Feeling the cold steel of the floor as you turn Cassie over, you take off your uniform jacket and lay it over her. Which currently would be Lieutenant Commander Quinn. Meaning that right now, both the people who know the necessary information to get the ship back up and running are out of action. There's got to be some way out around all of this. Weren't you listening? This isn't supposed to happen. We should at least have the backup systems in place. Without them, there's nothing we can do except sit around and wait for the air to run out. What about the O'Brien? Can you contact them for support? No, duh. Everything is offline. What part of that are you getting? As you kneel over Cassie, your mind races through what Vanessa has just told you. You notice she's right, and all the system's emergency actions revolve around the backup systems being operational. Without them online, there's next to nothing that can be done within the ship. Your mind catches on that point for a moment, and you can't help but wonder whether whoever wrote that plan was optimistic enough that they couldn't see a situation where the backups failed. Or whether they're so pessimistic that they felt if those systems were out of commission, there was no real hope for the crew either. Well, I guess fair enough. Pushing that thought out of your head, you definitely try to figure out a way to get Cassie to the sickbay. There's got to be something you know about the ship that would help. In all your time you spent working on a security officer, there's got to be something you picked up that would... That's it. In the crew quarters, the panels by the bunks can be removed and replaced. People use the spares in the structure to hide contraband. What are you talking about? The ship's maintenance and crawlways are accessed in the same way. If I'm right, you head over to the elevators, but this time instead of trying to call them, you begin to run your hands over the seams in the wall panels on either side. Eventually you notice a gap a few inches in length. Normally, maintenance would have a special tool for accessing this, but you could do the same thing with... I know I've got it on me somewhere. Where is it? The card, I guess? Take your ID card out of your pocket, you slip it into the gap in the seam until it meets some resistance when it's about halfway in. You slide it up and down a few times until you feel it stick on something, at which point you push harder. Suddenly, you hear the sound of multiple catches disengaging and the panels fall towards you. That's funny. Yeah, the captain's sick, not dead. That's also true. But not in the place where she would need to be to fix things. Taking the wall panel in both hands, you place it on the side where it needs to be attached. Now, instead of solid wall, you can just about make an absence large enough for someone to fit inside, with a series of rungs heading downwards into a darkness which opens up once they pass where the elevator currently sits. How did you know how to do this? This is one of the first tricks you learn as a security officer. Ship crews get very creative where they stash things. With these panels, it makes sense that the maintenance crawlways are accessed in a similar way. Well, great. Now you can crawl around the walls in the dark. Very helpful. You grit your teeth and breathe. You hadn't talked to Vanessa very much since you first met, but you're now beginning to understand why she always ate alone at the mess hall. If I can get up in there, it means I can get down in the central hub. From there, I can see if I can get the emergency input codes from the captain and make contact with the chief in engineering. Do you really think you can solve this by clambering around inside the walls? If you can make it to the central hub, the rest of the ship will... Lieutenant Lord, would you... I mean, both of these are rude, but we'll do the less rude one. Please keep your opinion to yourself. Thank you, Lieutenant Lord. You snap back, barely suppressing your anger at her constant pessimism. But right now, I don't see many other options except for this one. For all we know, we're the only people in the entire ship who might be able to do something. I'm not about to sit around and let everyone down. Not this time. So I'm going to leave you here to look after Lieutenant Commander Quinn unless you have anything you want to try that you think might help. Vanessa stares at you for a moment as if weighing up the best put down for the current situation is. Instead, she heads back to her station and starts flicking switches and pressing buttons on her control panel. All right, you do that. I'll try to get the internal communication system working. Since the backups should work in a situation like this, maybe there's a way to get them back online. Get moving, or you're going to stand around and gawk while I get everything done myself. You inadvertently sigh loudly as you turn around and reach out into the crawl space, grabbing a rung and then placing your foot on one lower down. God, going down an elevator in the dark, or like climbing down an elevator shaft in the dark, awful. Would never want to do that. That's insane, dude. Never, 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 never. You would not catch me dead doing that, dude. I would die. I would simply die. Hopefully I can get things back online with the chief and the captain's help. Just look after Lieutenant Commander Quinn until then, all right? Vanessa turns away from you. Continue to adjust the inputs in the communication system. Yeah, sure. With that, music. You lower yourself into the darkness, taking into it one rung at a time. Once you're past the stationary elevator, you can feel the space you're in open up around you. Carrying on downwards, you reach behind you every so often to see if you can feel the catch system that will keep an access panel attached. After a few attempts to find it, your fingers eventually brush over a catch, and with some coercion you manage to get it to release, causing the whole panel to fall off the wall behind you and clatter onto the floor of the central hub. Well, that's true. Well, that is true, actually. As you step out into the crawlway, a loud banging starts from nearby. You immediately reorient yourself to face the room, placing your hand on the electroshock weapon just in case. As you scan the room in the dim lighting, the banging continues, and you realize it's not coming from anywhere but the central hub, but one of the elevators. With your hand still hovering on your weapon, you slowly move towards the noise, trying to make as little sound as possible, hoping that whoever or whatever is making it doesn't know you're there. Despite the darkness, you see the elevator doors are open slightly, with an inch or so gap between the doors. As you angle yourself to try, you see what's inside, your question is answered. Hey, who's out there? Whoever you are, help me get these stupid doors open. The whole thing's jammed. You pause for a moment. You haven't seen Hanson since the other day outside your quarters. I know you're out there. I heard you. Get over here and help me with these doors. What are you waiting around for? As Hanson continues to call out, you size up the situation. With the darkness in the room, you could easily come and go without him being able to tell that it's you. On top of that, it's unlikely to be able to force open the elevator doors on his own. Hey, come on, this isn't funny. Whoever's out there, stop jerking me around. It's petty, but part of you almost relishes the idea of Hanson seeing how it feels to be trapped and unable to do anything. Haru, if you're messing around, I'll kick your ass. Still, he's a member of the crew, and as a security officer, it's your role to keep them all safe, regardless of how much of a dick they might be. You take a deep breath and... No, we're gonna fucking help him. Hold it for a second before releasing one long, constant sigh. Hey, I heard you. I know you're there. Get me out. All right, Ensign. I'll take the door on your right. You take the door on your left. On the count of 3, we pull. Great. Everyone on board, and it's the Calic coward. Figured you stopped by here, find a nice little space to crawl up and hide. Helping me out so we can trade places. You can ride it out until the action's over. You immediately begin to regret your decision. Yeah, no, Chris, do you want me to get out of here or not? Whatever. All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. The two of you both heave against the elevator doors, which shift slightly, but not enough for Hanson to get out. Okay, again. 1, 2, 3. This time the doors yield a little more to your efforts. After they open a few more inches, you step back to catch your breath and watch as Hanson sticks his arm through the gap, but struggles to get any further than that. Once more, we should have you out there. Shame your girlfriend isn't here. At least she's got a backbone she could be putting into this. You freeze for a moment as all your muscles stiffen reflexively and a wave of anger flows out through you. Excuse me, Ensign? You heard me. She's the one the two of you that need stones. Hadn't been there to save you the other day, you'd have what? I'd have... Think hard about your answer, Ensign. Give me the wrong answer and you can try and squeeze that thick skull of yours through the gap without any more of my help. Forget it. That's what I thought. Now get ready. Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Takes the two of you a few attempts, but you finally manage to push the doors open to the point where Hanson can make his way through the gap between the two of them. Free of the elevator, Hanson dusts himself down and looks around while adjusting his jacket. So what the hell's going on? What happened to the ship? Why has everything stopped working? There should be backups or something, right? You pause for a moment. Despite having been on the bridge when everything went wrong, you probably have as much of an idea as Hanson would. Honestly, we've got no idea. I was on the bridge when it all happened. We made contact with the O'Brien. There was this flash. Then Commander Quinn had been knocked out. All the systems were offline, even the backups. I managed to get off the bridge using the maintenance crawlway. Now we're trying to figure out a way to reboot the computer to get everyone back online. Just great. I knew the ship was a piece of junk the moment I stepped on board. You said you guys had a plan to get things up and running, yeah? Yeah, kinda. Great, you can handle that. I'm gonna check on the crew. Have you seen Haru? No, I haven't run into them. Okay, then. I'll try their quarters. With that, Hanson heads in the darkness towards the four-side thoroughfare. He stops briefly, turning to face you. Lieutenant? Thanks, or whatever. Fuck you! We got his ass! We win! We win! The pilot quickly turns on his heel and disappears into the darkness. Don't mention it. Yeah, we fucking win, dude. We fucking won this one, motherfucker. Sick bay. Obviously, we go to sick bay. The elevators are clearly out of action. I'll have to get things back up and running before I can get Cassie to sick bay. Well, I'm not trying to get Cassie to sick bay. I'm trying to get to sick bay to get the fucking person out of action right now. Hanson and I managed to force the door open, but I shouldn't go inside. Knowing how these things work, the door should shut me out when I get inside or something. I wouldn't try to find anything other than the dark. Not any guidance. Yeah, they're pilots. They're both pilots. Okay, if that's the case, then we should go to engineering, I guess? As you leave the central hub and enter the long corridor that comprises the aft thoroughfare, the first thing you notice is the sound of your steps on the metal flooring ringing out and echoing away down the corridor. Normally the vibrations from the engine would dull this noise, and it would be barely perceptible over their low and steady rumble. You've got to the point where you don't even notice the constant noise down this end of the ship, but now the corridor is silent, its absence hits you, just like Cassie said! Just like Cassie said! She said you'll miss its absence! Fuck! At the end of the aft thoroughfare, where the corridor would normally transition from core to the engineering room, instead you're met with a substantial blast door with the words engineering stenciled onto it. You run your hand over the surface before rapping on it with your knuckles. Rather than the low ring which would indicate it being relatively thin, this door returns a higher pitched noise, indicating that it's significantly thicker than normal. Oh, that's a cool little detail. Don't we need to go to the captain first? That's what I thought, but apparently not. We're going to engineering first, because we want to fix the elevators. Unlike the rest of the doors on the ship, which are designed as entrances and exits, you could tell that this one exists more to block one section off from the other. You instantly dismiss any thoughts of forcing it open. It's likely that even the contents of the armory couldn't shift it. After a minute or two of fruitlessly inspecting it, you shrug to yourself. One thing you can do right now is hope that the chief is nearby. Hey, Chief! You pound on the door with your fist, hoping the sound makes its way through. Chief, can you hear me? You continue to pound on the door and yell, stopping every so often to hear if there's any kind of response. Chief, I'm out here, Chief, hey! After a few minutes worth of attempting to make contact, you stop and flex the finger in your right hand, cracking your knuckle to try and dismiss the comfort. Given the size of the engineering department, you begin to think about how close the chief would need to be to even hear you and the odds of that happening. Before you can resume your attempts, you hear the dull, repetitive thudding coming from the other side. Hell yeah. Banger tune, Oomphy. Chief, can you hear me? I'm out here. You call, pressing your ear up to the blast door to see if you can hear an answer. Instead, you hear the same dull, repetitive thudding. At first, it seems random and erratic, but the longer you listen, you begin to realize there's a pattern. Yeah, there is. Okay. It's Morse code, isn't it? Ugh. That's great, but what does it mean? In defeat, you slam your fist against the door one more time. Chief, I don't know if you can hear me, but I'll try and find a way to get in there with you. At least I know someone's in there. There's got to be some way to get in touch with them. Send them a signal. Maybe there's something I haven't thought of yet. An emergency communication system? Something that's not tied to the ship? Think. I know she's in there at least. I gotta wait. Okay. Ah. Oh, is this a Ren'Py game? I just realized this is like a Ren'Py setup. Oh my god, is this a Ren'Py game? Wow! This is like incredible for a Ren'Py game. Holy shit! I'm like even more impressed. Holy moly! Like this looks incredible. Ren'Py's a really cool engine. I should really mess around with it someday. Double-sized doors that make up the entrance to the hangar remain steadfastly closed despite your best efforts. Although the terminal side is dead, just like all the others, you attempt to open the double doors through brute force, since the hangar seems like your best bet to access some helpful equipment. They had, however, remained inert against your efforts to pry them open using your own strength, unsurprisingly but frustrating. Even if I managed to get these doors open, there'd be another set waiting for me at the bottom of the staircase, and this would be way harder in lower gravity. You pause for a moment, thinking, but can't think a way around it. Let's try somewhere else. Okay. I guess we'll move to crew quarters. No one here? Okay. Wait, no, not my quarters. I don't want to move to my quarters. I want to move to the other crew quarters. No? Okay. I'm having a little bit of an Ace Attorney moment, despite the fact we're not in an Ace Attorney. Can I go to sickbay yet? No. You swipe your key card, there's absolutely no response, there's no indication it's working at all. Figures out with every that this wouldn't work. This is wasting time around here anyways. I need to find a way to get in touch with the chief. Wait, can I... No. No, wait, they still won't let me in sickbay. Right. Airlock? Try going to airlock? As you enter the air... Okay, something new happening. Yay. As you enter the airlock hatch, doors loom large in the darkness. A shiver runs through you and you rub your forearms. It wasn't something you noticed until now, but as you feel the goosebumps that cover your skin, you realize that the ship's temperature has now dropped noticeably. Uh-oh. I've got to find a way to get things up and running again. I'll leave that where it is. I don't plan to go for a spacewalk. Emergency spacesuits for use in the event of the ship's depressurization, failure with the life support systems, or the crew have to abandon the ship. Hopefully I can get this all without needing the extra air supply. Wait, I've just changed batteries on these to make sure the radios work in emergency. Wonder if any of the other radios on board will pick up the signal. There we go. That's what I was talking about. Like, I don't care about the air. I care about the radios on them. Ha! I bet that's what the chief was trying to tell me. Of course she came up with a plan like this before anyone else. Now let's see if I can reach her. You grab the handle of the suit's container and twist. The metal of the hand is noticeably colder to the touch than it was the last time you were here. Once the lock is undone, you open the door and bracing the suit with your left hand, grab the radio with your right. As you disconnect the radio unit from the rest panel, the spiraling plastic cord to connect the suit comes with it. Turning the radio in your hand, you find where the cord connects and unscrews the attachment panel, allowing the cable to spring back towards the suit. You quickly extend the telescoping antenna and flip the power switch, which causes the sound of whirring static to fill the previously silent room. Huh! So much detail! You slowly rotate the tuning dial, working your way through the frequencies until a familiar voice comes through on the tinny speaker. An emergency broadcast from Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathays on the JFS Gundog to any JFS Gundog crew members or JFCF ships nearby. The Gundog has suffered a complete systems failure and assistance is needed to get them back online. I repeat, this is emergency broadcast. Yeah. The Gundog has suffered. Yeah. Chief, this is Lieutenant Empire reading you loud and clear. I've managed to get an emergency radio from one of the suits in the airlock. I'm able to get around through the thoroughfares into the bridge, but I can't get anywhere else. It took you long enough. What the hell's everyone else been doing this whole time? You're just about to put the button to send your response, but the chief cuts in. Anyway, you're in touch now. That's what counts. You said you could get to the bridge. Is that right? That's right. Then get back up there and get the captain to give me the input codes to access the main computer so I can get the ship running again. Slight complication, Chief. The captain's taken sick. She's not on the bridge. Classic Bartermuse. Then get back up there and get Lieutenant Commander Quinn to give me the input codes. She's out of commission too. She collapsed at the same time the ship's power went out. You release your thumb, allowing the chief to broadcast. But where you expect the swift deliver alternative gives you all you get is radio static. Chief? Nothing's ever easy, huh, Lieutenant? Who's currently on the bridge, then? That'd be Lieutenant Lord. Well, she's the commanding officer on board right now, I guess. You're going to want to get up there. I've got a nice idea, but it's not something I can authorize. Your grip on the radio tightens as a sense of apprehension grows with you. Can we just go to see if the goddamn captain is maybe well enough to say something? Holy shit, dude. We haven't even checked. You don't know what the chief has in mind, but if it requires the authority of a ship senior officer, you know it's going to be something dangerous. Realizing you've been holding your breath since the chief's last message, you breathe out and push the button on the radio side to send your message. Copy that, Chief. Heading up there now. Radio in hand, you quickly move your way back up the airlock into the central hub and then head straight for the maintenance crawlway. only takes you a moment groping around in the darkness to find a ladder rung before you're on your way back up to the bridge. As you climb, each rung that you grip is cold to the touch, and the air you breathe is a brisk chill to it. You know that what this means, but for the time being to decide to push that thought out of your head, you've got other things to focus on. The climb up seems a lot shorter than the original climb down, and you soon emerge back on the bridge. Vanessa swivels in her chair and paces over to you. So did you get in touch with anyone? Kind of. You bring the radio up to your face so that the microphone is level with your mouth and press the push to talk button with your thumb. Chief, I'm back on the bridge with Lieutenant Lord. Loosen the button, you walk past Vanessa, handing the radio over to her before heading towards Cassie. Vanessa looks from you to the radio with mild bewilderment before the chief's voice sounds out from the speaker. Oh, it's got a little version of her on there. That's cute. Lieutenant Lord, this is Chief Engineer Cathays. Do you read? As you kneel down by Cassie to check her pulse and temperature, as well as doing your best to tuck your jacket around her, the way the chief addresses Vanessa catches your attention. You hadn't heard the chief be that deferential towards anyone, even the captain. Whoa. I hear you, Chief Cathays. Captain Bartholomews and Commander Quinn are both incapacitated, so I'm in command of the gun dog until such a time as I can return to duty. Understood? You frown slightly, hearing Vanessa assert possession of her chief like that. Although she is the ranking officer in the situation, you've not heard anyone on board pull a rank in that way, especially on the chief, who you were under the impression enjoyed the respect of everyone on board, including Hansen and Haru. Yes, ma'am. Good. Now, have you got a plan, Chief Cathays, or has Lieutenant Dempire brought me this radio so we can have a chat about how nothing's working on your end either? As you stand and turn to face Vanessa, you catch the last few moments of the distasteful look she'd been making at you whilst your back was turned, and you do your best to bite your tongue. Yes, ma'am. Lieutenant Dempire has explained to me that both the captain and Commander Quinn are out of action, so I'm aware neither one of them will be able to give me the input code required to activate the central computer. We know that Cathays what's the solution. The only hope we got right now is that the captain has copies of her documents that contain the access codes in her quarters. If someone can get me in there, they can get the codes and tell me them to me, letting me reactivate the ship's systems. If we've been able to get in the captain's quarters, we had done that already. The whole ship's in lockdown, there's no way to get in there. You notice the slightest pause before the chief responds. You could be projecting, but you get the impression she's just as fed up as you are. Not quite, ma'am. Although all the terminals and most of the hardware on the ship is dependent on the central computer, we've got a tool that we use when something needs to be disconnected from the system. We use it for maintenance or debugging, the PST, or Portable Sub Terminal. It's effectively a standalone power pack with a microcomputer built in that provides enough power to activate the hardware attached to a terminal. It'll let us get into the captain's quarters, and then from there we can get the codes to start the computer back up. So where is this PST? It's in the Pacific coast of America. It's in the hangar. Oh, we can't get in the hangar either. I know you're stuck in engineering, Cathays, but the story is the same for the entire ship. Another silence follows, longer this time. That's true if you're trying to get to the hangar from inside the ship, ma'am. But the gun dog has two entrances that can be activated entirely manually, the onboard airlock and the hangar airlock, crew airlock. If someone left the ship via the onboarding airlock, they could make their way to the crew airlock for the hangar and re-enter there. Holy shit, dude! Then they could get the PST and make their way through the ship as normal. I see. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Engineer Cathays, but aren't you, yourself, and Cadet Grange the only crew on board qualified for extravehicular activity in space? And you're currently stuck in engineering, whilst we can't get in contact with Cadet Grange to just bring us the PST. Yes, ma'am. You begin to feel a knot in your gut and internally curse at Dalton for not having picked up enough of the Chief's know-how to have found an emergency radio of his own. Oh, and policy dictates that all EVA needs to be commanded by an operations officer. The knot in your stomach tightens as you take a deep breath in. Vanessa's eyes are now locked on you. Yes, ma'am. The slightest hint of a smile forms on Vanessa's face. What the fuck? Well, Lieutenant, looks like you're going for a walk. You'd seen this coming as soon as the chief began outlining the plan, but you'd hoped there'd be some extra part that hadn't been revealed yet, something that would allow you to stay on board. Faced with Vanessa's directness, the knot in your stomach tightens further. A sense of nausea rises from your gut. Nah, man, we're doing it. Some people took well to spacewalks. Some even enjoyed them as much as they'd take on careers in colony construction and repair, where they spend much of their time in the vacuum of space while they did the inside of a colony or on ships. I really mangled that sentence, huh? I'm probably getting a little too tired to keep going, so we might have to stop soon. You were not one of those people. You'd only ever left the confines of a ship or a colony a few times in your life, and almost all of those had been the evacuation drills that you'd have been through in school or during citizenry courses. On every occasion that you can remember, you'd reacted badly, but managed to keep it to yourself. Something about being out in the void, an attachment clip or handrail away from drifting off into the endless nothingness of space had always filled you with dread. The knowledge that you were a slip away from disappearing forever, irretrievable and helpless. But despite all that, you knew full well that Vanessa's discussion with the chief that there was not going to be any way of doing this, and right now, you were the ship, Cassie's only hope. As much as you hated the thought of it, you pushed back against the fear that had been rising up inside you. Taking a deep breath, you resigned yourself to do what you had to do. Fine, I'll do it. The chief can walk me through everything that I need to know on my way over to the airlock. The dashing security officer having headfirst into danger? Aren't they great, Lieutenant Commander Quinn? So selfless. Vanessa rolls her eyes, covering her mouth with the back of her hand and putting on a mocking tone. Oh, she's doing fucking Ojo-sama shit? Oh, my hero, so brave going to space to save us. Only you can. You snatch the radio off Vanessa and turn your back on her, heading towards the maintenance crawlway. At this point, you had just all you can take with her, so the sooner the situation is resolved, you decide the sooner you can go back to avoiding her. Oh, quit making a big deal of this while you're huffing and puffing, Lieutenant Vampire. From what I've heard, hanging out in space is something of a pastime of yours. What? With that comment, you feel your heart's dropped out of your chest. You quickly spin back to face Vanessa. Lieutenant? Reining in the flash of anger you just felt, you silently shake your head as you turn back around and grab a hold of the first rung of the crawlway's ladder. Chief, I'm on my way to the airlock now. Walk me through what I need to know. Wait! With one hand still on the ladder rung, you pause and turn around. Yes, Lieutenant Lord? You just about managed to ask through gritted teeth? Don't you think you're forgetting something? Doing your best to suppress the urge to scream that you can feel building inside your chest, you pause for a moment and stare at Lieutenant Lord, trying to puzzle out what kind of mind game she's playing. Lieutenant Lord, Before you finish, Vanessa rolls her eyes and turns on her heels, walking back to Cassandra and squatting down. You almost yell out when Vanessa lays her hand on Cassie's hip, but you stop when she sees she withdraws a key card from Cassie's skirt pocket. Holding in between her thumb and forefinger with a flourish, she waves it at you as she stands up and walks back over to you. The central computer can only be accessed by a captain or member of operations. Good luck getting in there without this. Vanessa casually tosses you the card, whether you grab it out of the air. You turn the card over in your hand a few times before pocketing it. But the chief said the PST uses battery power to open. I can see what you and her see in each other. As if hooking a battery up to the door would get you around the ship's security systems. You're still going to need to have the right authority levels to get through. Honestly. At this point, your jaw is clenched so hard it feels like your teeth may crack in any second. With the cold, chilled ladder rung reminding you just how dire the situation is is getting, you turn back around. Thank you, Lieutenant. You just about manage. Still there, Chief? I'm heading to the airlock now. Have you got the radio coming through the helmet speakers, Lieutenant? Lieutenant, the Chief's voice fills your helmet. The sound quality is somehow worse than the speaker on the main radio unit itself. Loud and clear, Chief. You respond, securing the radio on the suit's breast panel. You got the emergency suit on and sealed? Yep, currently breathing in the suit's oxygen supply. What now? Do you see the access panel next to the internal airlock hatch? The spacesuit's helmet is attached to the rest of the suit in a fixed position, so although you turn your head to check, all you can see is the helmet's interior. You turn your whole body in exaggerated motion to look for the emergency access panel and spot it on the other side of the hatch. I see it, Chief. I'm heading over now. Alright, you'll need to remove the panel in the same way that you did the one on the bridge. Once you got it off, you'll see a large handle. Cranking that lever operates the manual override that will open the hatch to the airlock. Understood. Wow. This is so fucking good, dude. I'm just like having fun with the game now. There's not a lot of... Chat's gotten a little quiet, so I'm just enjoying a fucking good game. Although you had to learn to operate the airlock manually in basic training, you didn't feel that now was the time to dismiss the chief and act like a know-it-all. Nope, yep, correct. Just following the story. Yeah, no, it's just good. It's just a good fucking story. She's likely getting her fill of that from Lieutenant Lord. You kneel down by the panel and attempt to find the gap between its edge and the surrounding wall. Made a lot harder by the thick material of your suit. After a few attempts to find it, the tips of your gloves catch in the recess. You work your digits in more until you find a catch that you can squeeze. The panel falls away from the wall and you take hold of it, placing it to the side. Underneath is a long handle marked emergency use only. Alright, that's the access panel out of the way. I can see the handle. Good, then you're going to want to turn it anti-clockwise and keep going until the hatch is open. Understood. Placing your left hand at the bottom of the handle and your right hand at the top, you apply as much force as you can to push it clockwise. Your initial heave barely moves it, despite your efforts. Come on. You grip the handle again and place your entire body weight behind your effort to shift it. This time it moves more noticeably, but when you look at the airlock hatch, it doesn't appear to have opened at all. With another grunt, you push the lever the full 90 degrees, allowing it to return to its neutral position. While it still resists you, you're able to feel the ratchet mechanism begin to move. Nothing's... You push the handle 90 degrees again before letting it reset. You adjust your grip and push the handle again. Easy. You complain to the gritted teeth as you feel the mechanism slowly, but surely moving a little bit at each time. As you carry on this process of strapping against the mechanism, you hear the complete crank after crank. You can hear the mechanism of the airlock groan and strain with each turn. Eventually something gives and the mechanism and the airlock uncouple, releasing their locks, and the whole thing slides open. There it is. You can feel the sweat on your brow and curse that you've been put the suit on beforehand, preventing you from wiping it off. Okay, Chief, I'm heading to the airlock chamber. What's next? You'll see a similar panel on the opposite end of the hatch inside the chamber. Same deal, but in reverse. Makes sense. Okay. Once inside the airlock chamber, you spot an identical access panel and quickly get to work. Unfortunately, it's just as hard to close the hatch as it was to open it. Interior hatch is closed. Now what? You try to keep your breathing under control as the inside of your helmet begins to heat up, reminding you of another reason you've never been fond of them. What you're going to need to do next will be to vent the air in the chamber and then open the exterior hatch. To start with, Chief walks you step by step through the process. Thank you for not walking me through the step by step how to do this. Although you remember most of this from training, you're thankful for the help as the few parts had slipped your mind. You carry on following the Chief's orders until with one final monumental heave, you get the external hatch open. You step away from the lever and head over to the opening. Seeing the stars in front of you rather than through a terminal or view screen fills you with a familiar dread you'd felt on the bridge. Alright, Chief, I'm heading out. Pressing firmly on the switch on the suit's breast panel, you hear a momentary high-pitched whine as the soles of the boots are drawn towards the airlock floor. With the electromagnets now active, each step is an effort, but at least you know you won't go hurtling into space. Fuck, dude, look at this! You place one foot right on the edge of the airlock hatch and stare out in the emptiness. You see nothing but stars, with light years of gulf between them and you. With your next step, you head out into nothingness, pivoting on your axis of your foot at the edge of the airlock. The step that you took into space brings your foot back down on the Gundog's external hull. Even though the ship had fallen silent since its power had knocked offline, that hadn't been true silence. There'd been the echo of your footsteps, the almost inaudible sounds of things other crew members were doing in the far-off reaches of the ship, the backgrounds, like sound effects, the OST, you know, that kind of thing. Out here, all you could hear was out your own breathing and the whine of the magnets. You take a moment to orient yourself and turn 90 degrees to your right, angling yourself towards the front of the ship. With a little difficulty, you bring one foot up and away from the hull and place it back down in front of you. Slowly but steadily, you make your way towards the hangar airlock. Oh my god, she also has a little fucking thing. That's so funny. Still with us, Lieutenant Empire? Haven't gone hurtling off into space or anything? You roll your eyes as you plod forwards. Still here, Lieutenant Lord. Good, good. What's your ETA on that hangar airlock? You quickly do some rough math around what you know about the Gundog's dimensions. Airlock's around the midpoint of the ship, 250 meters long, about 5 minutes, Lieutenant. This isn't a Sunday afternoon stroll at the replica gardens, Empire. Pick up the pace. You allow yourself the opportunity to curse openly at Vanessa before hitting the push-to-talk button again. Fuck you! Yes, ma'am. You carry on the laborious march to the hangar's crew airlock, slowly heaving one foot at a time away from the ship's hull before placing it back down in front of you. There are a few awkward areas where the ship hull rises or falls, and you have to navigate your way across them. The loss of a constant bearing begins to disorient you, but you march onwards, ensuring that you're heading consistently in a straight line regardless of orientation. Eventually, you see the distinct markings that indicate an airlock hatch in the distance. Although it's marked in the same way to the one you emerged from, this one is much smaller, scarcely bigger than the typical doorway inside of the Gundog. You enjoy a momentary celebration, then pick up the pace. All right, Chief, I'm at the hangar crew airlock. Okay, if you look to the right of the door, you should see an access panel with a lever underneath, just like the others. Okay, let's see. Due to your orientation from standing on the ship's hull, the airlock entryway is laid out at your feet. You shift yourself to be able to look to the right and see the panel which you head over to and squat down in front of, running your fingers around its edges to find the now familiar recess. With a practiced movement, you undo the clip. Unlike the panels inside the ship that freely come away, this one swings on a hinge, revealing the lever underneath. Hopefully this should be easier on a smaller hatch, you mutter yourself, reaching for the lever. Chief? What is it? It's the lever. It's, you run your hand a few more times over the lever, which is visible, but inlaid into the hole, perfectly level with its surroundings. Whereas you've been able to remove the panel cover by finding a recess there's nothing like that here, making grasping the lever impossible. There's clearly a fucking little code thing I gotta put in. I can't get any purchase on it. It's completely flush with the hole. There's no way to grip it. Chief? Lieutenant Lord, do you know what the current security code is? Of course I don't. They're like the emergency input codes. Only the captain of the second command knows them. Why? Chief Engineer Cathays, I asked you a question. There's a moment of radio static when you can hear the chief sigh through the crackle and distortion. In order to gain entry to an airlock from outside, you need to input the ship's security code into the number pad. It's an analog locking mechanism, but you still need that code. God damn it! God damn it, God damn it, God damn it. You missile excuse for a captain. God damn you, Quinn, you absolute airheaded Hey, watch yourself, Lord. Oh, shut up, Zempire. Because of your stupid bimbo girlfriend decided now's a great time to take a nap. I'm stuck with a dead ship running out of air, trying to herd you knuckleheads around on stupid, pointless errands. Stow it. I'm not a big fan of this either, but right now we're the best hope the ship's got. So if you could put a lid on it, on the gigantic bitch act for 5 minutes and help us figure out how to solve this weekend. Holy shit. How dare you? I said stow it. 5 minutes, Lieutenant Lord. Then once I'm on board, I can handle the rest of it myself. Then you could go back to pretending you're the most important crew member. This is insubordination. All right, you two, that's enough. Both you and Vanessa snap into silence with the chief's interjection. Before either you can start up again, she carries on in a commanding tone. Lieutenant Lord, do you know how long the security code is? Do you know the punishment for addressing a senior officer like that? No, ma'am, I do not. But if it gets Lieutenant Empire on board any sooner, I'll say it's worth it. Do you know how long it is? It's 4 digits. Thank you. Now, do you have any idea? Of course I don't have any ideas. It's Quinn's responsibility to generate and set that kind of code. Oh, no. Oh, shit. If you want to access my code, the passcode for the lock is our anniversary. Blank, 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 blank. It's pretty much the same passcode I use for everything. I think I might know it. What? I said I think I might know it. It's... You rack your brain trying to remember the date where you and Cassie first visited the Europa amusement park. It was... 0211. Enter. I remember that shit. Good thing I played this all in one session. You quickly punch in the 4-digit security code and then hit the enter key. As soon as you do, the lever rises out of its recess. Haha, yes! It's a date. Remember the ship's access code password? That's the achievement. You got it, Lieutenant. Yep, it was 0211, in case that helps. And how did you know what the security code was? That is sensitive information. You don't want to tell Vanessa the reason you're able to guess the code. It was your Cassie's anniversary, so instead you scramble for a lie. It's the passcode for Lieutenant Commander Quinn's quarters. Ugh, I can't believe it. These codes are supposed to be secure. How could she? For the time being, Lieutenant Lord, how about we just focus on the fact that I'm able to get into the hangar? Shifting your position away from the number pad, you squat down by the raised lever. Taking it in both hands, you find it much easier to crank than the ones on the main airlock, and in no time at all, the exterior hatch of the airlock is open. I imagine it's because of the gravity. It needs to be easier to work because of the gravity situation. As you step inside the ship, you find yourself in a chamber almost identical to the airlock you left earlier, with the exception that it was much smaller. Moving quickly now, you close the exterior hatch behind you and follow the inverse process you carried out to leave the ship, pressuring the chamber with oxygen and opening the internal hatch. In a few short minutes, you're back inside the familiar space of the ship's hangar, and you remove your helmet, happy to be breathing something other than the suit's oxygen supply. You then disengage the electromagnets before removing the suit completely, making sure you take the radio with you. Now unencumbered by its bulk and in the low gravity of the hangar, you gently drift towards the equipment storage and the uneasy silence surrounding you. I don't see Dalton anywhere. I wonder where he could be. Okay, well, in that case... None of that's doing any good right now. I have to look through the crates by hand. Tools, equipment, and supplies. Portable subterminal that the chief mentioned should be in here somewhere. I guess I should get looking. I guess the look button isn't what we use to look here in this situation. It's the use button. Okay, whatever. Let's see. That PST is going to be anywhere. It's going to be amongst all the stowed equipment and gear, so... In the darkness, the collection of stacked or suspended crates, containers, and various pieces of heavy machinery looms intimidatingly. Looking from container to container, you realize that none of them are marked in a way that makes any sense to the uninitiated. Shaking your head, you reach for the radio to ask Chief where you'll be able to find it. Before you can call her, you hear the rustle of a jumpsuit's fabric behind you moments before a wavering voice demands, "So stop right there, intruder! Identify yourself!" You raise your hand slowly, being careful not to make any sudden movements. Dalton had done surprisingly well to get the drop on you, and he was under the impression you were the enemy and he should be armed to confront you like this. At ease, Cadet. It's me, Lieutenant Thempire. Oh, Lieutenant, I'm sorry, I thought that... Turning around slowly, hands still raised, you smile. Don't worry about it. You did good to sneak up on me like that. If I was the enemy... Pausing mid-sentence, you sigh as you realize that Dalton isn't actually holding a firearm. Why would he be? Cadet, where's your weapon? Lieutenant? If I had been the enemy, were you planning on making me do without a weapon for encouragement? Dalton pauses briefly and you see realization flash in his eyes. Ah, sorry, I didn't think that. Well, I thought that, which is, Ease up, Dalton. When this is all sorted out, we'll go over anti-boarding procedures, okay? Yes, thank you, Lieutenant. Although, what exactly is going on, Lieutenant? I was just finishing something up when all the power went out. I haven't been able to get in touch with anyone. It takes you a few minutes, but you quickly fill Dalton in on the... Do we have time for this? On the events taking place on board the ship, including your current objective to find the portable sub-terminal. The emergency suit radios? Why didn't I think of that? Ugh, the Chief's gonna be so mad. She was teaching me suit maintenance last week. Ugh. Hey, take it easy there, Cadet. No one else in the ship figured it out on their own either, so don't beat yourself up over it. I guess. So don't worry about that. What we need to do is find the PST. Do you know where it's kept? I think so. Let me look. With a kick against the container next to him, Dalton propels himself towards a set of smaller crates. Once you arrive, he arrives, you watch as he opens one, rummages through the various bits of electronic adjacent looking hardware, which he fastidiously replaces before closing the lid and moving on to another one next to it. That's actually true. Why didn't he just have a wrench on hand? Come on. Takes the cadet checking a few different storage crates before eventually he withdraws a device the size of a briefcase. With it firmly in hand, he slowly drifts back to you, presenting it once back. Here you go, Lieutenant. This is what you're after. So this is the portable sub-terminal, huh? You take the hefty device from Dalton and turn it over a few times and investigate it from different angles. The exterior is largely one off-white plastic shell with a lead handle attached, allowing you to carry it like a briefcase. The one visible seam that runs across the entire casing has two conspicuous clasps that you release, causing part of the device to fold out, revealing a keyboard alongside various screens, buttons, disk drives, and withdrawable cables. Alright, Cadet, can you give me a quick rundown on how to use this? Yes, Lieutenant. I guess the entry to the thoroughfare would be a good place to try it out. Sounds better than going for another walk outside the ship. Let's go. Two of you make your way through the hangar and up the flight of stairs that lead to the four-side thoroughfare. Once at the top, you're faced at the unyielding set of double doors. Okay, Lieutenant. First, you need to take the cable from the PST and connect it to the underside of the terminal next to whichever door you want to open. After that, you turn the device on. If you do that now, I'll show you the rest once it's active. Okay, let's do that. Following Dalton's instructions, you kneel by the terminal and withdraw the cable from the device. It's awkward in the darkness, but you eventually connect the cable to a port at the bottom of the terminal. Once you've got the sub-terminal connected, you can use it in the same way you would use a normal terminal. Just select the right function from the menu and insert your keycard in the slot which requests you to. Give it a try now. Alright. I guess we'll use Cassandra's. You select the override open function and use, as Dalton advised, insert Cassandra's keycard. As expected, though slightly slower than you'd like, the door opens, allowing access to the four-side thoroughfare. Great work, Cadet. All I need to do now is get the captain's quarters, then to the engineering, and it will have the gun dog back up and running in no time. You okay there, Cadet? Yeah, I forgot you'd have to get the codes from the captain's quarters. Isn't that against the rules or insubordination or something? I thought it was forbidden to go in the captain's quarters unless expressly instructed for duty. You sigh as Dalton shakily removes the cables from the terminal underside and closes the lid on the PST. Technically, yes, but right now the choice is insubordination or we all suffocate in the vacuum of space. But don't worry about it. I'm sure the captain will understand why we had to do it. Besides, I've always wanted to see what their quarters look like, so I say it's worth it, right? I guess. You place a hand on Dalton's shoulders and take the terminal from him. Anyway, you take it easy here. Try to raise the chief on the radio. See if he's got anything for you to do. I've got to get moving. Yes, Lieutenant. With that, you give Dalton a casual salute, and in return, he throws a rigid, formal salute at you. Smiling at yourself, you head through the now open double doors and into the thoroughfare. Okay. Crew quarters 2. Captain's quarters. Standing outside the captain's quarters, you look at the heavy device in your hand. It's taken longer than you'd like to get here, but at least now you can get those codes from the captain. Okay, so first I get the PST. You kneel down by the terminal in the side of the door, laying the PST on the ground and unclipping the catches that hold the front of the unit closed. After it's started up, you swiftly draw out the cables and connect it to the terminal's underside. Squinting at the screen's phosphorescent glow in the low light, you scroll your way down through a series of menus to select the unlock function. Once you hit enter on the command, a prompt shows up on screen. Alright, now... Once the device reads your key card, you hear the soft whir of the door unlocking and a hiss as it slowly opens. Okay, I can leave this here for the time being. You stand up and step in front of the door, which continues its painfully slow opening. Come on, come on, come on. Holy shit. Captain, are you... As you step across the threshold in the dark, the captain's quarters, you're instantly overwhelmed by the powerful fetor. You gag and stumble your way back to the door, taking a deep breath of the corridor's sterile air. What the fuck? You try to compose... It doesn't even look that dirty in here, but like apparently there's something going on in here. And there's a lot of... A big bottle of alcohol. As you try to compose yourself, but the odor drifts out around you, and particularly acrid waft stings the back of your throat as you take another breath, causing you to gag again. The atmosphere on ships and even the colonies are carefully regulated, and the air supply constantly scrubbed and recycled. Because of the strong smells are something you almost never encounter and quickly resolved. You realize that with the ship's life support out of action, this hasn't been happening, and whatever is causing the stench of the captain's quarters has been left to putrefy the air in this awful miasma. After a few more retches, you steel yourself to re-enter the room. Before heading in, you bring your arm up in front of your mouth and nose to do your best to bear the stink. Although you're doing your best to breathe as lightly as possible, the odor still assaults you, almost too much to bear. Captain, are you... are you in here, Captain? With no answer, you carry on deeper into the quarters. As you grow accustomed to the smell, you begin to pick up on the unique odors it's composed of. The first that you identify brings back memories of your early flight training, the acidic tang of vomit. Of course, yeah, actually that makes a lot of sense. The second takes you a little while longer. Sour and chemical. You wonder for a moment if it's one of the substances they use to strip paintwork on the ship or armor frames, but as you spy an empty bottle on the desk and realize what it is, stale whiskey. Okay, sick, huh? With the cause of the captain's absence now obvious, you look around the room. Oh my god, she was just drunk as fuck? Holy shit, dude, come on. To the left is another closed door. To the right you can see an open doorway. It looks like the end of a bed. Captain? You call out again as you head towards it, although your reason for being here is entirely justifiable. You feel a bit hesitant about barging in. Captain? Nothing. Alright, Captain, I'm coming in. We need those. Having stepped through the doorway, you find yourself in a room that's much closer to a normal bedroom than your crew quarters. Oh, it's ad time. I feel like we're really close to something here, so like a good stopping point soon. So I guess we'll just keep going for a little bit. Alright, see you in a bit. Okay, hopefully we're back from ads. It isn't telling me right now, so sorry for not. Most close to the normal bedroom, the crew's quarters. Rather than the access panels flush with the walls for storage, the room has actual furniture. A chest of drawers sits below a large mirror, and a bedside table is right next to an unmade queen-size bed. For a moment, you think that, like Cassie is what to do, the captain had just thrown her worn uniform into the bed and left it all in a heap. But before you turn back, a sluggish movement as the mess, crumpled clothes turns over, reveal it to be Captain Bartholomew herself. Ah, Captain! You throw a salute and hold it for a moment, before you realize that the captain is completely oblivious to your presence. Tentatively, you make your way towards the captain's bedside. You register that the smell of stale whiskey is strongest in her immediate vicinity. As you look around, you notice another bottle lies mostly empty, with a small pool of amber liquid left in one of its corners. Captain? You run your hands back through your hair and sigh loudly. Regardless of all this, you remind yourself you're here to get the emergency input codes. Captain. Hey, Captain. Captain Bartholomew. You place your hand on the captain's upper arm and rock her gently. Captain, come on, you need to wake up. We need your emergency input code. Captain, wake up! Captain! You step back and pinch the bridge of your nose with your thumb and forefinger. Despite everything, it doesn't seem the captain will be waking up from this stupor anytime soon. Come on, after everything? If I can't get the codes from the captain directly, maybe she keeps a copy of them around or something. Worth a shot. Pretty nice desk. Must be where the captain does all her work when she's not on the bridge. That's the case then. As I thought, it's got a few drawers in the back next to where she'd sit. If it goes or anywhere, they'd be in here. Painting of the first colony fleet to enter Jupiter's orbit. Remember a civics lesson, they were funded by a wealthy Terran industrialist who had them built to serve as habitats for a workforce that would harvest resources from Jupiter and her moons for his company's sake. After a few decades, the population had enough of existing with no autonomy and living on company scripts, so they took control of the fleet and petitioned to join the Solar Federation. We all know how that ended. Wow. Yeah, this game's based. If the captain's got an actual bedroom, I wonder if this is a... It's an actual bathroom, all right, but I don't know where the smell of vomit is coming from. What was I expecting to find in there anyways? Okay, let's use. I know I've seen Cassie hand the captain printed reports and status updates, but you still gotta copy those codes in here. You try to open the top drawer, but the small amount of intel initial give stops almost immediately. Hear a clunk. You try a few more times and spot a keyhole to the left of the drawer. Checking the second and third drawers gives you the same result. Locked, of course. Have to find the key. Ugh. You're uncomfortable enough making your way in here in the first place, but now you're about to rummage your way through the captain's personal effects till you feel even worse. Let's get this over with. Doing a quick search scan of the room in hopes that my captain might have left the keys on top of the chest of drawers or a bedside table proves fruitless. You tentatively take a step back inside. Nervously looking back at the captain's comatose form every few moments. Sorry about this, Captain. Standing by the chest of drawers, you lay your hand on its top and drum your fingers before nervously pulling the top one open. Seeing only folded clothing inside, you close it quickly, going on to repeat this process for the next two drawers, finding nothing. Stepping back, you take another look around. The only immediate obvious place is to check is a drawer by the bedside table, right next to the captain, which is where I would check in the first place. Really, that seems the most obvious place for keys to me. Moving over to it, you squat down beside the unit, acutely aware of the captain sleeping right next to you. Well, she didn't wake up from us trying to wake her up, so why'd she wake up from this? In the low light, it's next to impossible for you to make out the contents of the drawer, so you have to settle for reaching inside and feeling your way through. Uh-oh. Running your fingers over the various contents, you try to figure out what's in there. A thin plastic surface with regular bulbs, which feels like it has a foil underside? Okay. I thought that was one thing, and it turned into something else, I think. A small glass bottle with a series of raised dots just under the label, various individual papers. Aha! Grab what feels like a key card clipped onto a lanyard and pull it out of the drawer. The metallic jangling sound that comes with it is quickly revealed to be a key ring featuring various different keys. One of these has got to be the keys for those. Oh, she got me. Lieutenant? You freeze in place with your hand half out of the drawer, holding onto the captain's identity card and keys. You hadn't seen her stir, but in the blink of an eye, Captain Bartholomew had managed to reach out and grab a hold of your wrist. What the fuck? Explain yourself? The captain's grip on your wrist isn't particularly strong, but the shock has rendered you perfectly still. You slowly turn your head to face her and see her lazily gazing at you through the darkness. Lieutenant? You hold on to your breath for a moment and then exhale slowly. calming yourself. What are you... Composing yourself, you speak calmly and quietly. I'm sorry, Captain. It's an emergency, and I've come to get your input codes. Emergency? All the ship systems have gone offline. Commander Quinn has collapsed. I've been working with Chief Cathays and Lieutenant Lord to get your codes so that we can get the ship back online. The captain blinks groggily for a few moments and releases your wrist, drawing her hand back to rub her eyes. As she does, you slowly take the keys from the bedside drawer and stand. That's why I'm here. I thought the codes might be in your desk drawer, but I needed the key. Although you're doing your best to maintain your tone and demeanor, on the inside your heart is racing as you consider the possibility of getting a court-martial here and now. Sounds important. Well, yes, ma'am. I'd say we all consider it pretty crucial right now. The captain continues to gaze at you as you stand at attention in the darkness. After a moment in which you think she may have fallen back to sleep, she rolls back to her back and brings her hand to her forehead. The printout with the latest access codes is in the second drawer. You breathe a sigh of relief as the captain rolls to face away from you. Just don't read the report. Ma'am? You wait for a few moments, but eventually a gentle snore emerges from the crumpled heap that is Captain Bartermuse, and you relax. Second drawer. Thanks, Captain. Alright, let's see. Which one... You spend a few moments working your way through the selection of keys that hang on the ring on the end of the captain's lanyard. You're able to discount a few based on the usual shapes, but finding the right one is still a tricky task in the dark. Eventually you find one that slides easily into the lock and turns the mechanism, which lets out a surprisingly hefty clunk. The captain said the codes were in the second drawer, so you open that drawer first and purposely leaf through the collections of papers, reports, and files that it contains. I am absolutely reading that report. Crew manifests, security updates. Aha! You see the telltale tractor feed edges of the printer paper that you've seen Cassie produce updates and reports for the captain on sticking from the underneath of a manila folder. As you lift the paper out of the drawer, the folder on top begins to spill its contents. You quickly grab it to stop everything from falling out, and as you do, you can't help but read its title. JCF Naval Investigatory Commission Findings. Incident... blah blah blah. That year. Subject Rear Admiral M. Bartermuse. Oh. With what you believe to be the printout that would contain the codes in one hand and this report in the other, you look back towards the captain's bedroom as you remember her instructions. Just don't read the report. You hesitate for a moment, reading the title. Rear Admiral. Read. You stare at the cover of the report for a few moments before looking back to the printout, then back to the captain's bedroom. Rear Admiral, dude. What the fuck? Placing the printout back in the drawer, you open the folder and begin to leaf your way through its contents. You skim the first few pages which outline the investigation's intention to assess the actions taken by Rear Admiral M. Bartermuse in the battle in lunar orbit. The battle in lunar orbit? Following on from that are a series of diagrams and charts that you recognize to be ship movements sorted by time, followed by annotated or captioned stills taken from ships or armored frame-based recording devices. As you work your way through them, you see what they're being used to illustrate. A squadron of JCF ships pulls away from the main fleet and is eventually intercepted and then decimated by the enemy. The final photograph shows the remaining ships returning to the fleet in a state of disarray, with all of them suffering extensive damage. As you move past the pictures and diagrams, you flick through pages that outline a breakdown of the losses, ships, armored frames, pages and pages of crew member names. Eventually you get to the last few pages of the report where you skim through the conclusion. This inquiry finds that by leaving the defensive position for an unsanctioned offensive, thereby opening a point of access to the E-field, Rear Admiral Maris Bartermuse significant loss to armored frame groups. Wait, E-field? Fuck, dude. They've cut off the flight path. There's more. There's a whole squadron of carriers coming in from the E-field. They're going out to cut you off from the fleet. Oh, how many carriers are coming to the E-field? You stop and lay the report on the captain's desk, staring at it, rereading the conclusion again and again. Adversely impacted flights, including the Thebe flight, Carm flight, Carpo flight, Calic flight. You close the report and place it back in the drawer. Almost mechanically, you reach for the printout you've been handling a few moments before and methodically scan through it until you see what you're after. Classified core system access codes. Generation date 2004-02-114 for Captain the Second only. You slowly rip the relevant page from the rest of the document as its perforated edges and then fold up and slide into your pocket. After this, you methodically place the rest of the paper back in the drawer, which you slide closed. Alright, we have the access code. With the codes in your possession, you calmly make your way back towards the corridor outside the captain's quarters where you left the PST. As you rush the doorway, you absentmindedly take hold of the radio and push down the transmission button. Okay, Chief, Lieutenant Lord, I've got the codes. You release the push to talk button and wait. You give it a moment, but instead of more instruction from the Chief, some backhanded congratulations from Lieutenant Lord, all you hear is a powerful hiss of static. Chief, you try again. Lieutenant Lord, still nothing. Anyone, come on. You give the radio a shake and spend a few moments adjusting the frequency dials. You still don't hear anything from anyone, just a hiss of static. For a moment, it feels like throwing the radio in the corridor, but instead you slump against the nearest wall and hold your head in one hand. Slouching against the wall in low light for a moment, you sigh loudly before turning and kneeling down by the PST, which you begin to pack back up. You've got the codes, you just can't get them to the Chief over the radio. And the next best thing you decide is to get them in person. You clip the latch of the PST closed and pick it up as you stand, turning and make your way through the darkness towards the four-side thoroughfare. Just gotta get to the bridge. Once I get the codes back to the Chief in engineering, we can get everything back up and running. Until then, anything else can wait. Oh. What? Oh, they want me to open up the engineering. Okay. They want me to open up engineering with the access panel thing. Outside of the huge blast door that separates the aft thoroughfare from the engineering department, you begin this increasingly familiar process of unpacking the PST. Alright. PST. First, withdrawing the cable and plugging the terminal near the door, you boot up the device and begin cycling through options. And give me the Cassandra key card. The device setup, you hit the enter key in the unlock option, turn your attention toward the partition that stands between you and the engineering department. Unlike the other doors, the PST's battery power had been used to open. This blast door is inches thick and comprised almost entirely of solid steel. That's true, Wobbler. You watch tentatively as a low grinding sound emanates from the ceiling for about 10 minutes before the doors even begin to move. Oh no. Like the others, the opening process is agonizingly slow. In the darkness of the thoroughfare, time seems to lose all meaning as you watch the door almost imperceptibly work its way upwards. After a few minutes, the barely noticeable progress comes to a halt and the low grinding sound stops, with the blast door giving you just over a foot of clearance between it and the floor. Turning your attention back towards the PST, you see a graphic of an empty battery with a cross through it blinking on the screen, of course! Oh no. Oh my god, we're gonna crawl under it. Holy shit, look at them. That's crazy. Knowing that the blast door is being kept open by the device's dwindling battery power, you drop to the floor and grabbing the PST, begin to crawl forward into engineering. There's just enough clearance for you to worm your way underneath, but the smooth panel floor turning into grating makes it an uncomfortable experience. Oh. By the time you make it halfway through with your feet still sticking out the aft thoroughfare, the grinding noise that had stopped the door starts back up again. No. You shove the PST ahead of you through the small gap, being mindful not to yank out the cable plugged into the underside of the terminal. Ignoring the grating now, you quickly squirm the rest of the way through until you're clear of the door. Then rolling up onto your back, you grab the PST's. This is so fucking cool, dude. Grab the PST's cable and give it a swift tug, pulling out of the terminal on the other side and back to you before the blast door drops shut. That was way too close. You stand up, then quickly pick up the PST, which still has a low battery warning blinking on the screen. Chief! Your call is met with the oppressive silence that somehow seems worse in the vast space of the engineering department. Chief? It's me, Lieutenant Empire. I've got the PST. Chief! Making your way past various systems, terminals, stations, and machinery, you continue to call it the Chief, but there's no response. Where the hell could she be? As you continue your way deeper into engineering, you grab the radio. Chief? Just like last time you tried, no one answers and all you hear is static. Chief! You dart down different catwalks trying to find the Chief, your mind racing as where she could be. Chief! The low battery warning illuminates that your face is increasingly small, in increasingly small intervals with its constant flashing. You stop. Looking down at the PST screen, you make a decision. Well, I've done everything else for myself. Turning back from the main section of the engineering, you make a beeline over to the room that holds the central computer, your footsteps on the grating echoing through the silence. I may as well finish things. As you begin to run, the PST starts beeping and the battery symbol flashes even more rapidly. If you're running out of battery, then don't use what you've got left flashing and beeping. I'm always saying this about my devices, dude. Stop fucking flashing and beeping. Just tell me. And stop using your battery. Running at full pelt now towards the central computer, you reach it just as the PST's whole screen begins to blink, cycling between showing the warning and nothing at all. Once you arrive at the doorway that leads to the central computer, you know what you've got to do. Once you arrive at the doorway, you lead to the central... Okay. Wasting no time, you withdraw the cable and hurriedly plug it into the terminal with one hand while scrolling through options with the other. Come on, hang in there. Come on, almost there. And now, there. As soon as the door begins to open, you jump to it and start pushing on it in order to force it open. Once you've made the gap large enough, you slip through the exact moment as you hear the PST power down and the door slides back shut. Good thing I brought it with me. in that dangerous getting under the door situation. It takes a moment, but your eyes adjust to the darkness of the room. Looking around, you see it as a bit bigger than the cleaning cupboard or a crew member's shower cubicle. Masses of thick cabling run from the ceiling and floor along the wall towards the end of the room opposite the doorway. On the far side is a huge screen with a keyboard positioned below it and about waist height. Stepping towards the interface, you run your hands over the keys. The computer shows no sign of life, even after you begin to push random buttons. Simply mashing the keyboard doesn't produce any response, so instead you feel your way over it in its casing in the darkness, trying to find what might be a power button. Eventually you find a rocker switch set into the side of the device. You flick it to the alternate position once, but nothing happens. With the other option, you flick it back to the position it was in, and this time the screen illuminates and you hear electronics come to life. As a hard drive somewhere beyond the screen begins to whir loudly, the screen transitions from its boot screen to a password input screen. After everything you've been through, you're now one input away from getting shipped back online. Finally. Alright. And enter. With a final flourish, you strike the return key. Lights on. An immense feeling of satisfaction fills you as you watch the computer work its way through the startup process. Names of systems show up and are followed by their status changing from online to active. A faint draft runs down your neck, which means you take to mean life support and ventilation is back online. Alright, hold on, Cassie. Uh-oh. Wait, what? No, come on. You're hit with a gut punch of panic as visuals on the screen begin to warp, fragments of text scatter, and lines of code split and distort while a strange noise squeals in the machinery. Don't do this. Unsure what's going on, but beginning to think that it's your fault, you look over the keyboard again, repeatedly striking any key that looks like it may stop the process. End. Escape. Pause. Uh-oh. That's no good. Come on! It's supposed to do that. Okay, sure, yeah. What's going on? Uh-oh. Profiles of everyone, huh? As suddenly as it started, the computer's erratic activity ceases, with the only document left on screen, Cassie's personnel file. Cassie's file? Wait, why? Your pause, they're fucking hacking us and getting all our data. You pause, unsure whether you should do anything or leave it as is. You can tell from the ambient noise that has returned that the ship was back online, but why would the computer freak out like this? Why would it put up Cassie's file? No! Huh? Do your best to understand what you just saw. You tentatively reach a hand out towards the keyboard. You're still unsure what you could do to find out what's happening, but can't help but feel like whatever it was wasn't right. Empire, I need you on the bridge right now. You withdraw your hand, instead grabbing the radio to answer Lieutenant Lord. Alright, I'm on my way back now. How's Lieutenant Quinn doing? There's no time for her. Get up in here now. You curse under your breath as you turn to leave the room. You learn now that if Lieutenant Lord doesn't intend to be helpful, she won't be. Rather than attempting to argue, move your way through the ship back towards the bridge. At least the ship is functioning now. To a degree. As the elevator door hisses open, you step onto the bridge. You see Lieutenant Lord frenziedly flicking switches and turning dials on an instrument panel, stopping everything every so often to type commands into her station. Cassie, meanwhile, remains unconscious on the bridge floor. I'm here, Lieutenant. What else is wrong now? You hurry over to Cassie and kneel down, sliding your hand under her back and legs in preparation to take her up and take her to the newly accessible sickbay. It's the O'Brien. With a single movement, you stand and bring Cassandra up from the floor. What about it? It's gone. April 23rd. Planetary Calendar 214. Despite the successful reactivation of the JFS Gundog central computer by Lieutenant Thempire, the JFS O'Brien could not be contacted and was no longer coming up on sensors. After taking Lieutenant Commander Quinn to the sickbay, Lieutenant Thempire, alongside Cadet Grange, are tasked with sweeping the ship for faults or damage, while Lieutenant Lord sets Chief Cathays to work helping her locate the other ship. Huh. The JFS O'Brien is eventually located just as Captain Bartermuse calls for an emergency meeting. Outer Jovian space, the bridge of the Jovian patrol ship. Okay. Oh. There's a lot of... I was looking at the achievements to try and gauge how long the game has left. I do think it has a lot more, maybe? I don't know. Maybe we call it here, and we can pick it up next time, since we fixed the ship issue. Now this seems to be a separate issue. I think that's a good idea. It's already pretty late for me as far as stream goes. Alright. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you had a good time. Maybe we'll come back to this one? I really am liking this. It'd be nice to finish this. I'm definitely going to finish it myself, at least. This is exactly what I wanted. It's just a modern PC-98 game, but like it's got all the modern sensibilities of a modern game, but it's got the PC-98 aesthetic. Perfect. Exactly what I wanted. So... thank you so much for joining. I hope you had a good time. Exclamation point socials in chat. Get you my website where you can find everywhere I'm at, all the usual stuff. You know the deal. Who are we rating? Arva. Let's rate Arva. Arva's playing Kiosk. I don't know that one. It's probably some horror game. Yeah, it's an indie horror game. Going from an indie game to an indie horror game, indie action puzzle. Point and click adventure game? Sure. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you had a good time. When you get over there, be kind and courteous. That's all I ask of you. And with that said, be kind to yourselves, be kind to others, and have a wonderful rest of your night. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.